What's up, everyone? Good morning. Right before the day. Yeah, a little pressure going. A little bit of active. SSR is on. Mic's not off. It's just really far away. Sorry about that. All right. How much money can I make if I threw 47K into options? A lot. You could also lose 47K. Discord should be up. Nope. Discord's up now. Sorry about that. Bit of a rush this morning. Cabe Plotkin, sponsor of MOASS. We'll see. AMD would rip after I got out. I don't know if it's going to rip as hard as it did the other day. Good. Yeah, everything went fine. Dixie's cooling down, which is good news. Yeah, it is. Broad market still cruising for a bruising. We'll see. I think kind of flat throughout the rest of this week. Like not too much recovery, not too much downside. I think we saw most of the downside from SLD yesterday. So I'm hoping that for the next couple days we're kind of just stagnant. Watching the markets would be more exciting if we had a racetrack announcer calling play by play. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. You start the day with a clip that we can refer people to when they ask what Melvin has to do with regards to Jamie now, so we can curb 100,000 questions. Melvin hasn't reported an open position in GameStop for 2 quarters. So cool, they got toppled. It took long enough. Gabe will be back in 5 years with a new fund and new investors. He's still a billionaire and he's not in jail. And for everyone going, ha ha ha, he just opened a long fund. He's opening a long fund. He's about to buy the best dip since 2020. Melvin can have shorts hidden in swaps. True. Although, that's not really their gig. That's more like Susquehanna, Citadel type of shit. Would you go shirtless for a day for a $500 super chat? No, it takes a lot more money to get my shirt off. Do they have to report derivatives? They didn't have to report swaps until recently. I didn't say Gabe was hedged against his short position. He fucked up bad. Dillard's dead. Probably not. I think it's gonna go back to like 250-ish. Like the low end of this cycle. It's coming close. Maybe 251, right around there. It follows mostly the same pattern as GameStop. So Melvin likely equals nothing burger unless some weird swap stuff. Yeah. And a lot of those can be cash settled. So we'll have to see. It depends on the type of swap. It would have to be a forward swap, and the only place we really know that they use those is through the ETFs. DDS not dead. It's almost a buy. Yeah, it's getting close. I'm gonna probably load up again. SPY still red on the day. Maybe we hit 94. Man, our volume fucking dropped off a cliff. I was a little hopeful in the pre-market that we'd see a better bounce than this. I was hoping we'd see like $5, but I guess 350's right in the middle. Visa dropped to 197. It's cheap. Was Gabe calling was calling Gabe the finest trader of his generation a slight against all young traders? Have you guys looked into Melvin's returns before GameStop? They were fucking killing it. How is Melvin not banned from trading? He didn't do anything illegal. He just shorted a stock. What about that would have been illegal? Over shorting the stock? That's not his fault if the lenders are letting him borrow shares that don't exist. Which is not what I think happened, but name your price for a shirtless stream. However much money I made on the last run. I'll have to add it up. That's what it took to get my shirt to come off. Well, the point at which we crossed 180. Do you still go with shares on DDS due to lack of option availability? Yeah. Mostly because what the options I've had that have printed have been impossible to sell. Like, there's no buyer because the market makers don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. $5 for shirtless stream fund. Thank you, Cage. What did the answer for swap obligations be, and what happened to 2K8, 2K9 swaps and closing out of funds to get a better understanding of how they unravel? Yeah, generally if they are unraveled, like if they're just going to simply close their side of the trade, you're going to see, that being liquidated through the lenders or the counterparty. CME ensures the facilitation of the delivery on those. And you guys didn't even Give a dude a moment to wake up. It's like, oh, let's talk about swaps. Fuck you, I haven't had coffee yet. Good time to re-enter a firm or wait till next week. It doesn't look terrible, right? I think a firm's gonna keep moving up, honestly. I want to buy another one of these. SPY doing more downside. 391. Did we dip below 390? Yeah, we hit. So we hit 385 in the pre-market, which is interesting. I think that's the same low. Very close. I wonder if that's going to be a bounce signal. Four-hour. Not gonna be fucking today, that's for sure. Guess it doesn't look good for today. All right. Only one way to sell this. You gotta bring Plotkin on the stream. It's a bit easier to outperform when you don't bother hedging your positions. I mean, they were a net short, and even more so, they were just a short fund. They weren't really hedging a lot. And if you look at their port from back then, it was mostly that they were hedging like tech and e-commerce and going short retail. So their hedge was supposed to be e-commerce. It just didn't work out for them. And it was honestly it was a terrible play. But, you know, his investors, I think, were probably pretty well informed about what he was doing. The bear case against GameStop was solid. I think they just should have gotten out when they had the chance, and they didn't. And they never could have predicted what happened with retail, to be honest. Like, I mean, that fucked them. And then, you know, they were probably unaware of the insane short positions on all of the retail stocks via the ETFs. And I think January is what we saw happen when those two things collided. You got Melvin 100% short GameStop over here, and then you got, you know, Citadel, Susquehanna 0.72 100% short over on the ETFs and the big primes. Costco is still a falling knife. Yeah, I think so. Man, Target coming out with those losses due to the increased price of shipping. Even though their earnings really didn't take that big of a hit, it really hit the rest of that sector hard. because now the expectation is all of these companies are going to have big issues with fuel. Massive increase in expense in their logistics chains. So is the sell-off warranted? Nah, probably not, but it's going to continue until earnings probably reverse it. MMs don't want billions of dollars in puts to expire in the money. Probably not. Am I the only one that thought that stagflation would be much more exciting and masculine? Yes, I believe you are. For once, it's good GME isn't considered e-commerce. You're not wrong. Um, it is. And there's the downside. This one wasn't worth playing, by the way. I didn't think this morning was worth buying, 1 DTEs to capture the $2 move, because this wasn't even guaranteed to run as far as it did. And the best part of the move already occurred before market open. Old Bloomberg terminal shows Melvin alone was short 70 million shares. Yeah, they were short like 100% of the stock. Probably more, at different points in time. Strangle on costs for next week's ER. Maybe a straddle. Why a strangle? You think it's going to trade sideways? I don't think it's lost. I mean, if their shipping costs are significantly up, and they could be up higher, even higher than targets, then, they're going to drop even more. And if they're not, and they beat significantly, then they're going to shoot right back up. So a strangle doesn't seem like the way to go there. With the strangle, the expectation is sideways. You can sell it into earnings, but I think IV's probably already up pretty high, isn't it? I mean, the IV's already at 80% at the money. Next week, 70. It's not too bad. You'd probably want like June's to dodge. Well, if you're selling them, you don't. You want the 27th. This will pick up a little. You'd want it pretty wide, I think. Yeah, the stream card's great. This one by Pigeon Teeth for MOASS. Does the market correction we're currently experiencing put short hedge funds in a significantly more comfortable position right now? Yes. Dude, you've been right about price action every single day for like 3 weeks straight. What do you eat for breakfast? Nothing. I'm not kidding. I'm really bad about eating breakfast. Move the mic away from your face like you did this morning. Why? Do you think Google's downtrend will continue more? They went below yearly low yesterday. They went below the yearly low yesterday. It's possible, yeah. I mean, it's starting to get to the point, especially with the FANG stocks and uh these other big companies like Home Depot, Cat, Target, Costco, where how cheap are they going to get? They're already great buys at these prices potentially. If you're holding for like a 5 to 10 year period, they're already at amazing prices, especially Google. But the question is, are they going to go lower? What's the advantage to buying them now if you can get them cheaper later? I know like a lot of value investors are probably DCAing everything right now because it's cheap. And if it goes lower, they'll buy more. But you said Melvin closed out. They can't lie about that. And they might have, right? I told you guys back when Citadel took their money back from Melvin that they didn't see any risk there anymore, right? They wouldn't have taken back that capital if Melvin still put them at risk. Did you say VXX closes its fund in a month? Where was that at? So someone told me that. I have not found any confirmation. As far as I can tell, they're trying to recouple it with the futures contract that it follows. I don't know if they're going to be successful with that, but ooh, VXX just rocketing right now. And it is starting to perform more and more like the VIX again. Interesting. Spy off a cliff. Ooh, yeah. But my interest with VXX isn't so much them closing it out. And it's not so much how it's coupled with its futures contract. I think when it became decoupled, people that were short it, which were most people, I think there's going to be some fallout from that. As whether they try to recouple it or not, the options chain looks like it's going to like Volga Vada squeeze like GameStop did. $5 more doll hairs for the shirtless stream fund. I was expecting more excitement from stagflation, and a shirtless stream is the answer. It could set off MOASS for MOASS. Thank you. Why so serious? I don't want to take my shirt off. It's chilly in here. I'll be cold. You just threw the Louvre in the Discord, Gordy. Do you think short interest is higher or lower than Jan 2021? I don't think short interest works the way people think it does in that sense. What's the best way to explain this? I think GameStop short interest is cyclical, right? There's a steady amount of the stock short at all times, right? But in certain periods, say this is 100% even. I'm willing to go that high. At certain points, that short interest rises above, right? But it can't stay there because of CNS. You know, so the longest it can stay there is, you know, T plus 6 plus 35, C plus 3 days. Um, and then it drops back down, right? After they cover. And then, you know, they immediately increase it again because the volatility this generates is very, very profitable. So, you know, because now that's outside of potential like forward swaps or total return swaps because those could hold short interest. So, you know, say you're 50% short and, you know, you packed that into a like TRS for 10 years. You know, you're just making payments on this short position while a prime holds your bags. So this doesn't really exist. It's very hard to unlock this. It's not reported. It essentially isn't there because also it can be cash settled. Now, don't get me wrong. If it's cash settled, the counterparty still has to go buy shares, but they have time, right? They don't have to buy them all at once. Why do you think DDS will continue to trend in a bear market such as this? Oh, it's well because it's massively over short. Like actually sold over 100% short at all times. And there's proof of that, unlike with GameStop. And it's extremely sensitive to buy pressure. I mean, it's 10 times more illiquid than GameStop is. And it's part of the basket, right? So even if they wanted to try to avoid running it, they really can't. And by running it at all, it drives the price up and creates FTDs for them. Also, people still buy the stock. It's a good stock. They're a valuable company. They're doing well, and they have a lot of real estate. I think their market cap right now is significantly below like their cash flow and assets, and they have like no debt. Also, insiders keep buying up the stock, and then employees are vested stock every month. So there's a continuous drain on the liquidity available as well. Holy mother of covered calls. This is just too easy. It's a good deal. Epam given 0 fucks. Yeah. Good job, bud. Thanks, bipolar bear. No breakfast equals necessary step to intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting, necessary step to CVM gutters. Oh god. Imagine GameStop not dropping below 90. Oh, I think it could drop below 90. We could hit like 80. We've built some support here though. We're building a little bit of support at this $90 level, as you can see. So you know, I think and we have a fairly strong support down here at 88. So this is a good range for now until they increase their put position. What if we get a mini round to keep people unaware of the cycles? Hopefully, like with AMC, where do you see us potentially going in terms of price before we have our fall? It's tough. If I were them, I would split the runs. I would run it on Mayopex and Junopex and have the amount. But the problem with that is when they run it, they only have the one like entropy hedge, right? And so it's best for them to run it all at once instead of trying to break it apart into several different runs. Otherwise, they would have to hedge entropy each time. And it's not easy to get the counterparty, right? Like they have to do a lot of work to get a counterparty to pick that swap up in the first place. What do you think BBBY fair value is? If they can shed their debt or with their debt? With their debt, like 15 to 20. If they shed their debt, 30 or 40. Smarter to wait till next week for additional puts. Need to confirm my OPEX isn't on. Yeah. I'm actually going to probably buy some calls Friday, just to carry for a couple days in case they do try to run it for OPEX. I will warn everybody that I see zero evidence of them running the stock next week. There's nothing in either the options data, the ETF data, or the volume on the stock that indicates we're seeing a run next week to me. At the end of yesterday's stream, you mentioned VN being at 55 and most likely price that rebalancing would occur. So do you think that's likely to be the price in 3 weeks? That depends on what VN is in 3 weeks. It can move up, right? If they drive the price below 70, people are going to start buying long dated calls because they're going to be cheap, which is going to push VN up, right? So they collapsed Vega neutral from like 73 all the way down to like 55 in the last couple days, right? And then, as price follows suit, call buying is going to pick up, right? As the price drops, people are going to start buying farther dated out of the money calls, and those farther dated calls are going to move Vega neutral up, right? And so there's probably going to be an intersection point higher than where Vega neutral currently is, but lower than where the price currently is as they move towards each other, right? Does that make sense? Try to explain that in an easy way. I'm really far behind on chat though, so. Will Jimmy ever go above 100 again? Yeah, probably. Do you have hair on your chest? Some. Just not a lot. Not super hairy. Oh, thank you so much, MK O'Leary. I appreciate it, man. If you want, hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as well. Turn on the heating, brother. $5 for a shirt off. Jellison Onren, thank you for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Nope. There we go.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go back.
Cat a buy right now. It's getting there. Remember I said that it was likely to fall back down to this 203 range? I would kind of watch it pretty closely. This downtrend looks consistent. So it may see a bounce over the next few days, but it may not. It may continue to push through, and it can push through as low as like 200 before it starts to see some support. So I'd be wary. I don't think it's terrible, but you definitely want time because your position may slip a little before it goes back up. If Barclays had to buy back VXX shares, they do it through options? Possibly. How can we force primes to recall their shares? We can't. We can create risk by having consistently larger positions in the stock and increasingly larger amounts of leveraged or increasing larger amounts of leverage through options. Another 150 CERN June 90s, but dun dun dun. Whales moving in with these monsters. Monster $1,500 bets. That's like almost a month of rent. Lock or Kant? I don't know. I wouldn't say I particularly subscribe to either one. I know what time it is. There's a timestamp in the chat. I don't even read the Daily DD anymore. I just tune in and check if Pi-Fi has his shirt on or not. Looking into a small YOLO and BBY. Buy a chunk now or wait another few weeks. You could wait probably a couple weeks. What do you think of the borrow fee? It's not rocketing. It's moving up. That's what it did. It's just people don't understand that it's moving up from a value 700% higher than where we started last time. We're still under 10%. It's still irrelevant. The rebate rate is still in line with the borrow fee. And Fidelity's still lagging behind by like fucking 5 days. If I'm going to buy V and it doesn't go back up to 200, you can blame me. I will. Man, that is getting fucking pretty cheap. Can I go a little lower? Maybe. How's the market doing? Kind of shit still too. P is now 268 and it's up 7%. What on earth? I really don't understand how Shopify is doing well right now. When you buy protective puts after a confirmed breakdown of 88, will you be looking at June 17th? Probably. Bro, don't you start, NW. Do you think Tesla will take a big dump because of ESG news? Probably. We'll see. Tesla dumped pretty hard overnight, didn't it? Well, not really. Dumped hard yesterday. 765 to 700. It broke down under 700 last night. The reverse repo numbers are fucking irrelevant. If you guys want, look up you old man repo and read into like what he goes on about on all the reverse repo posts, and no one listens to him. He's correct. The reverse repo posts are stupid. There's a free website where I can see rebate rates for borrow rates. I mean, you can look on the brokerages like Fidelity and IBKR. And that's going to be in line with most of the lending pool. Is there a standard schedule mentioned somewhere a poor can look up? Yeah, you can dig into the FINRA filings and find it. Just look up supplemental liquidity deposits FINRA and read through 55 pages of documentation. What strike date options have you purchased for VXX? I have like 12 July 15s at $35. Hmm. Am I a terrible human for picking up puts this morning when we hit near 94? 90 strike for next Friday. Probably not. It's a little risky to buy puts right before OPEX though because of GAX. GAX could drive us up. I mean, there's not a lot of calls in the money right now, like barely any. But if potentially we pushed up into tomorrow, those puts could get blown up. We'd have to move up above $100, and that would take some unusual long buying at these prices. Do you think there's a point at which hedge funds having success shorting across the market will stop just for the sake of not crashing the US economy too hard and breaking the markets? No. I mean, if that's what they're telling their investors, then yeah, I would say it's true. Smooth. Yeah, you old man repo. If you're using cash, so the rebate rate is if you're using cash collateral or same as cash collateral for your short margin, then you receive a rebate, essentially making the borrow free. No, you still get paid. You'll never get paid anywhere near the borrow rate because your brokerage takes a cut. He's on Reddit. But he's been commenting on the reverse repo shit since the beginning, and no one ever listens to him. They just like downvote him and call him a shill. Um, when IBKR takes 50%, but if the bar rate is 8%, should I get 4% then, regardless of the rebate rate? Yeah. That's possible, Superman. Smash the like button, even if you hate Gurk. Thanks, Subway Cup. Who lost? Am I all caught up on chat? That's weird. Why is AMC pumping those days? Wasn't it supposed to be a hedge for GME? But it is. They still have like news and shit too, right? Didn't they like buy something or get a bunch of free shares of something? Sure, Adam Aaron's bullshitted his way into another round of FOMO. Looks like the senior staff might have gotten vested some more shares they need to sell. Are you talking about the guy who has like 20 years experience trading bonds and was a floor trader he was fixed income, has more knowledge in his pinky than most of SS? Yeah, that guy. Are you able to imagine the vibe in here if our ladies flirted with you the same way that our guys do? I can't picture it. Wait, what? 6% passive investment of some cinema advertising company? Yeah. Who said that? Where's Han? She's busy with stuff, I think. Have we seen abnormal call interest close in time to every GME run up since Jan 2021? Yes, pretty much. There's a marked increase in call buying. Further call buying occurs once we're already running, but a lot of it occurs in the dip post earnings. Or, well, post earnings last time. I commented several times about BBY options next week. Why no one listen? What about the BBY options? BBY actually looks bullish. Yeah, it's moving up a little. This just looks like more buying, though. The cool thing about BBBY is everyone's buying, like, far dated, near the money calls. So delta and neutral is just moving up. What's it at right now? Hmm. BBY strategy, no sell, no sell, correct? No, that doesn't seem right. Stock goes up 1%. It's ripping. Yeah. This is good sign. Looks like the SPY's going to try to break out a little bit. Maybe we do see 94. Are we in for a flat day? Relatively. $10 leaps are cheap as fuck for BBBY. I feel like those are just set it and forget it. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm still in BBY puts like a madman. If I ever get assigned on any of them, my cost basis is now under $12 at least. Started selling them when it was at 27. I've not been assigned on any. Free money. Right? I mean, the return on your investment's not the best, but it is basically free money. Still better than a checking account. Please explain how to make 70 trillion on BBY at $42 in liquidity. Capital. Scrooge McDan, thank you so much, dude. We're hitting 88 today. We could. Let's see what the market does. Rejected again. That's fucking lame. I'll say the market looks a lot better today. I don't see them having built up that much exposure for May OPEX yet. Me either. Yeah, my Epam position's doing really well. I wonder if I could pick up a call here. Fucking goddamn, the liquidity is so dry. I don't need July's. Hey, I got one. Whoa, that was a good fill. Someone panic sold. I got that for like $200 less than the ask. Blah, 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 blah. You got it at the same price? Nice. Wonder if I could get one cheaper now. What? This is amazing. All right, I'm done fucking around with that. Nice. Here, you guys touched options? They're just dirty with them. You see the spy sell off before the weekend? Maybe. Eskimo options, bros. Any thoughts on VXX? What about it? Spy's doing ouchies. I spy with my little eye something red. I feel like Spy's going to try to bounce off of VWAP here. If it breaks down, oh boy. The IV's kind of high. You bitch. It did, Baradactyl. Thanks for noticing. What's the bull thesis on Epam? Oh, it's in the pickles picks. But they lost a bunch of value because of a lot of their senior staff being in Ukraine. But then their earnings came in and beat regardless of the situation over there. And they are way under where they were trading at. So I think they're gonna break back up. That's the gist of it. I mean, there's more to it than that, but am I early? Too soon? You're right on time, I think. Rug Pulipotamus. We've been talking about options for a while, but when I hit the options button on my PS5 controller, all it does is open a menu. You gotta dig through the menu. $350, here we go. I don't know about that. Maybe back to 385. This VXX position's already enticing, even without squeezing. Maybe you secretly love us. You don't like to say it, but you love the hive mind. Are you talking about the Dans? Where do we see SPY going today? I'm not sure if it's going to break down or not. Might have another little shoulder here. See? But I think it's gonna fail here and then continue to drop. Maybe back to like 385 today. It's a little more stable than it was yesterday. When recession, the next GDP report. Have you ever applied to become a sophisticated investor? Do you trade any structured products? No. I don't really have the money to be YOLOing into startups and shit either. One minute thesis on VXX. Volga squeeze? Potential price target? No idea. I don't know what it could go to, but if the price keeps going up, something crazy is going to happen. Because the options chain is primed. Time to enter a paper entropy swap on GME? You tell me. Can you construct one, dork? Did you get a paper ISDA first? Hmm. It's hilarious to watch Pickle Fans by Epam 350s. Only volume on the chain today, slowly ticking up. Jesus. I love how my thesis on it is it might break up. You ever think about how floor traders used to be in the old days with their colored suits and hand signals? How you sit here in a VWAP hat talking to people avoiding their actual work? Sometimes. What makes you believe someone got margin called on the VIX? Because they're hedging for a volatility squeeze. That doesn't mean one's going to happen just because they're preparing for it, though, right? We have this business. We're going to sell cardboard tasting pretzels in retail malls, and the name's going to rhyme. You going to invest? Cardboard tasting pretzels in retail malls. Are you gonna call it Wetzel's Pretzels, Turdferg? You'll come to know the true power of the Dans in time. What's going on? Are the Dans re-rallying? Have you guys expanded the hive mind or something? Might solid DD, right? What's the worst liquidity crisis? The one happening in the market or your own water intake? I have plenty of liquidity. I keep it all in my giant bottle. I took my shirt off and then copied your Epam trade exactly in my paper trading account as you intended. Nice. Was it easier to facilitate the order and get a fill without your shirt on? Or did you just get hot? There's no benefits to becoming a Dan. Daniel Mushrush. Whoever said yesterday that Jamie is a 3x SPY ETF intraday is absolutely right. It's technically a 2x SPY ETF, but yeah. It has a beta of 2.0. Is there something interesting about Melvin's presumable demise? Someone else took over their shorts, they closed, waiting for liquidation. Why not all of the above? Now I really want an Oreo, which isn't a good breakfast. No, Gamma Neutral is above us, I think. It's because I think they want to crush IV before they move the price another leg down. They moved it down quite a bit yesterday, which bumped IV up. What the fuck is Gamma Neutral for today? Gamma Neutral is at like 163. Someone's building some weird legs at 150 on the options chain. How dare you forsake Lady VWAP? You make the mistake of presuming that you were somehow closer to Lady VWAP than me, Dan Almighty. You were wrong. Have you given that 15-second tease about your highly anticipated DD any more thought? I don't know if I want to write a DD based on a tinfoil hat theory because everyone's going to get all fucking uppity and it's going to take months of explaining it away. And it's like that one day where I wrote PPT and like wrote about the PPT in like 3 sentences and it's become an entire fucking thing. I don't want to risk that again. When Jimmy puts, I'm not buying him this week. Essentially, yeah, Lawrence of Arabia. Well, to ensure that their positions are properly hedged. Are there any possible negative repercussions to receiving a stock split dividend while I have a CC on those shares? No, not really. I mean, if after the split, if the underlying runs and you get assigned and you're fucked, that would be the. There could be a post split spike in volatility that could blow out your contracts. You're not bored of her, you goddamn zealots. You can't say uppity. It's racist. How's it racist? Blasphemer? I'm getting called a racist and a blasphemer in chat today. This is harsh. Take a break. What's going on in the options chain that's weird? It looks like they're hedging for a volatility squeeze. Like they did before GameStop's run up in January. I don't know if it's gonna happen. But that's what the hedge looks like. And it's a very odd hedge. You're so xenophobic. Jesus. If you had to guess which runs first in the next cycle, BBY or GME, won't hold you to it. How about same time? Volatility hedge on the SPY. Missed on which ticker? No, not on the SPY. VXX. VXX equals spurt? Ooh, a little bit. Spurt not... Spurt wasn't hedged that much, but there were signs of it. This looks far bigger than that. That is far bigger than that. Are you making any money off BBY CCs? Is there money to be made on those? I don't think so. I'll probably sell some next week. Saying uppity isn't racist. Saying uppity Italians is racist. You son of a bitch. What's up, Jay Fresh? You know why everyone's... This is your fault. That's why everyone's excited today and talking about big ups. Who's being shamed? Sorry I jacked everyone's toddies. We can't go up if the spy is poopy. It's true. Shame the blasphemer? Oh, quiet, Dan's. Show has NIH data coming soon. Chief scientific officer had options at 2.5 and 5 expiring tomorrow. They were trading at 188 and have been running this week. How is he pushing? Maybe he just rolls them? Maybe because he's chief science officer doesn't or scientific officer doesn't mean he knows shit about options contracts. Am I the only one selling in the money weekly CCs on BBBY? Maybe. Check Discord DMs. Oh, that looks so good. You son of a bitch. I have Oreos in my cupboard. You know what? Fuck this. Listen to the Dans try to shame me. I'm super triggered. You're using femur in that word. Okay. Bro, did you hear the news? The bar rate is down 0.4. Thanks, Tickle Pickle. I hope you have a good day too. I like Tickle Pickle's thing. Comes in here, it's like, thanks for the stream. Have a good day. That's it. That's the whole conversation. It's consistent. Are Dan's fully interchangeable, or do some specialize, like in the military? I think they're just interchangeable. Took 90 calls, like 1.1 million. Interesting. What's your favorite memory since starting the stream? I don't know. It's kind of all a blur. I liked that time in March when I made a shitload of money. That was good. Every time, oh, that time I got Moonwind assigned. That was funny. I hate watch to clip burps. Have a good day. Thanks, Turd. A Dan hole is a hole. You couldn't be more correct, JFresh. What's going on here? Oh, I was gonna maybe order food. Should I order food? What should I eat? Trade Spotting's having his second birthday in the last 6 months today. That's exciting. I'm not eating fucking pineapple pizza. I might go to the kitchen and grab those Oreos, but I still want food. Greek food. The like two Greek places near me aren't very good. Remember when Carl sacrificed his liver for mod chip? I do. The bar rate tick up over the last 2 weeks. Now it's 7.5. Shares to bar have gone from 10 mil to as low as 15K. Usually good for GME. Does it apply to other stocks? Maybe. Although, I don't know if it applies to... I don't know if it applies to fucking SoFi. I think it's a dumpster fire. It's probably a good stock to own for a very, very long time, but right now it's kind of shit. And it doesn't help that the longs on it short it in order to sell covered calls. Fried chicken and okra. I don't think they're open right now. There's like a really good southern restaurant by me, but they're not open till later today. Maybe I'll get some like falafel or something. Kofta? No. Okay. Ghost kitchen shit. So if I have 50, I mean they should do better with the rates going up. V looking like it could push up to 200. Looking like it's bouncing. I don't know if it's going to push up to 200. It might. Calls on V? Yeah, I'll buy a couple. I'd want more time than that. Is 0.3 delta too high for GMECC? It's risky. It's a little less risky, but it's still risky. Especially if that 0.3 delta strike is below gamma neutral, which it is. Gamma neutral's oh wait, those are June. That's why. Gamma neutral's 0.22, so for weekly calls. VXX. Hey, look, my fucking Epam calls are up fucking $400 already. I should just sell these. Is this shit like fucking breaking out? Oh, it is. Fucking shares are up big too. I love this goddamn stock. Yeah, break out. Fucking do it. Waffled chicken? It's a place in LA. Have you tried Jacob's Pickles? Yeah, I've been there. They have really good fried chicken, actually. It's kind of far for me though. So I'm never like on that side of town. What's your price target for EPAM? Just up? Like 420? I think it can test like 426.92 right here. This resistance. TDA won't let me trade Epam. Oh, weird. Not even shares? You missed my super chat from back in December. Would you mind reading it? Fuck you. It's a very weird day. I said 426. Uh, 426.92. There's some resistance here though at 365. How make money? Just buy things that are gonna go up. Pop certain trader. Can you tell put call OI reversal is at 2677 on VXX? Interesting. And what's it at now? Ooh. It's very close. Bullish. Looks like we're gonna get another little baby relief rally. On some of these stocks. The SPY still kind of looks like dog shit though. Melvin gave its investors a schedule. How'd you find Epam? Oh, Gaff brought it up a little while back. Can Melvin close his fund if he still has open GME shorts? Yeah. After he liquidates those positions and closes them out. What if he doesn't? What if he just closes his fund? Nothing happens. What then? He can delete. He just deletes Robinhood. How many people do you think are actually good traders in this Discord? It's like 5 or 6. Some people are getting better though. Like really decent traders. You're not doing too bad, Carl. You're getting there. To be fair, I don't track a lot of people's trades, so some might be doing better and I'm unaware of it. I think what's more important is that people are trying to learn, which is good, right? Doing pretty good, but I'm just copying your trades shamelessly. One of these days, that could burn you far worse than it burns me. I have a good win rate, but sometimes shit even goes south for me. I had no conviction on my CERN puts. I'm now out of all 100 of them for 20% profits. Nice. You don't think the deal will fall through? I think if the market keeps dropping, it might. Already did, i.e. Netflix. But I hedged Netflix. Netflix earnings got hedged. That hedge was more profitable than the position. Are you looking at Goog A or Google? GOOG or GOGG? GOOGL. Yeah, I think that's the preferred stock. So it's kind of liquid. Illiquid. This one's better. A little bit. A little bit better. I'm saying you did well, but I didn't copy the puts. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would have stung. Target was bad. That was this week. Just premiums wiped out. But that's your max risk, right? Is your premiums. Jimmy's doing it. It's trying. How's Docu doing? Not bad, actually. Baba looks like it might break out as well. Again. This was good earlier in the week. This was a nice play, like Monday, was it? That worked out well. Firm looks good. Looks like things are bouncing. I don't know if I want to cut these SPY puts, though. Oh, nope, it tanked again. Yay! What a piece of shit. Um, just some hype tweets from the GameStop marketing team. Hey guys, let's get excited about NFTs while crypto is crashing. Woo! Thank God they've built up their market. GME's just being greedy when others are fearful. Fair, but they might have to be greedy for a while. Yeah, it can't be JPEGs. It's got to be. It needs more use cases. If it comes out and it's just fucking OpenSea 2.0, it will not be a good thing. I mentioned earlier, VXX is showing they are hedged like crazy. Is there a way to derive a PT from the hedging like we could with GME hedges? No. If it's a volatility squeeze, there would be no way to tell how high it would go. Because it would be the range would be related to the short position. What was his last tweet? The one about diapers? Kind of huge? Or the one making fun of like the pundits? Is there a way to transfer positions, specifically short, to another firm? Also, Melvin's closing related to target sell-off earlier this week. It could be. I'm not sure if they had target on their last 13F. I'd have to double check. Um, yes, because you can swap. That's kind of what a swap does. If VXX doesn't break 7 million, I'll sue. Barclays? Are you going to sue Barclays? I would sue Barclays. You might have a case. If you owned it before they decoupled it from its futures contracts, you might actually have a case. Please tell me you understand that NFTs are not the same as cryptocurrencies. Yes, I do. I bought for July. Hmm. Ooh. They have no fiduciary responsibility to provide value. They do have a fiduciary responsibility to maintain the underlying correlation with the stock, though. You need a good lawyer, but you might be able to get something out of it. Sam. Jimmy and Bobby, same stock. I mean, I expect them to kind of be in certain ways, yeah. A little higher high. Does the Netflix news cycle and general social media perception on Reddit remind you at all of the GME news cycle social media perception back in 2020? I know what you're getting at there. Yes and no. I think there's a pretty valid case for the push against Netflix. I do think there are large short positions on it, however. So some of the news is a little disingenuous regarding its future. Are you expecting much Gex from next week? Not at these price points. We'd have to cross 100. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder if this continuation is going to fail. Be pushing into the lower range. Nice turd. I never really played Halo. What's up, DJ Louis G? I never seen VWAP get violated by the spy so many times. It's a pretty choppy day. Did I not destroy my own liver enough for mod chip? Well, you're a Dan, so it's different. Carl wasn't a Dan. Why do I need a new mod? That's at your DMs if you have a second. That's awesome. I'll use that, Fluffy. That's a good one. I love playing these channels in UVXY. Grew to grow my small account while saving most of my capital for GME calls coming up. Nice. He was supported by the Dans. Was he? You need to mod me so I can solve the problems on the stream and Discord. JFresh, is your solution to those problems just getting rid of everyone? Break out to the downside. We'll see. If this breaks down, that's That'll be... Nope. Are these for tomorrow? Oh, okay, they're for tomorrow. I don't have to worry about it too much right now. Is today Thursday? Fuck me. What a long week. Rising wedge on Docu. Already broke out from the rising wedge. It looks good though. It'll probably break out a little higher. Can I get some 80s? So risky. Jesus, fuck that. Why are they so expensive right now? The far dated calls are like 3 times the price. They're not even far dated. They're only 30 DTE. Dude, I need to fucking buy some Docu and sell covered calls on it. This is ridiculous. 30% today and a 6% rise. Interesting. Oh, rejected lower. I need to track this load. Ooh, yeah, that's right. Fail. You ever notice that JFresh and Ginger Balls are never in the same room together? That's because whenever one's in a room, the other one's in another room stealing DD. Docu doesn't really have any legitimate competition, and it's a super solid business, so I've always kind of felt that this drop is way overdone. So bullish on GME right now. Yeah, no, I actually fully agree with you. I kind of want to pick up a long position in Docu, but I know it'll be hurt if there's another drop in the market. So I'm waiting. But I'm thinking about throwing like some serious capital over there just for the long hold. Also, fucking options are worth a shitload of money. And I can sell like, what was it, July 17s at like 0.2 for really just add the money that they're kind of overpriced. Huh, interesting. It's just the IV is so high. Maybe not. How much are July's? July 105s? Not really worth it. Maybe I'll just stick with options for now. If it drops back into that like $60 range, I'll probably fucking buy some. I got though. This might be a little. Fuck. I missed. Thank you, Cage. We're not allowed to use DocuSign for medical research yet. They're working on allowing it for like medical use and a bunch of other things. In some states, I think are already allowing it. PayPal undervalues the options chain too. Zella actually has a similar system to Docu. Heard some crazy $80 price targets for end of last year. The thing is their competition's so far behind on the regulatory side that I don't know if they'll ever be able to catch up, frankly. My company in clinical research uses DocuSign. There you go. You know if there's any macro level economic data news today? I think there's some housing shit coming in. I think this is going to break out now. Got to fill. Cool. Housing is getting nuts. Some of the properties here in Connecticut just went up on a 2-bedroom units from 2,400 to 3,200, like it's New York City. Jesus. Usually CT is pretty cheap. That's nuts. Man, that's a lot of volatility on that. It's gonna fucking break down. Oh shit, I deleted the line. I don't want it to tap that. Why does your channel description say that you focus on AMC? Because I never changed it. I mean, we do in the sense that we talk about how it's a big piece of shit. The cost basis on BBY is 1150. Is that good? It's very good. CT is cheap. Ha 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 ha. I mean, compared to like New York City, it is. Visa and MasterCard getting negative press from BuzzFeed about allowing scammers to continue scamming with credit cards. Yeah, I'm not really worried about BuzzFeed's effect on Visa's stock price. This lady wants to know KG's secret sauce. Thanks to Superstock, the first thing in my head was crime. Why is your VWAP showing different? Oh, probably because we have different data sets. Same like Dan. There we go. Okay. Now bounce. Come on. But who wants to live in Connecticut except New York City millionaires? True. Taxes are cheap, I think, right? Doesn't Connecticut have like super cheap taxes? Tesla breakout. Looks good. What's GameStop doing? Eh. Well, it's not breaking out. It might though. We're coming for you. $95. No, we're gonna need a lot more volume on this candle. Yeah, that's right. Pump it. It has some of the highest taxes. Not in the Northeast, it doesn't. It's definitely lower than everything except like New Hampshire. It's the Northeast Midwest, board gamer. Yeah, they have really high property tax. I know about that. User. What's the most money you've ever held in your hand? Like just cash? 1.3 million in a box? It's in a cardboard box. It's heavy. $1.3 million is it's not light. It was kind of cool. It was a little troubling, but it was kind of cool. Why? Oh, it sounds like a drug deal. I mean, it kind of was, but it was like a legal one. We we were we were paying a distributor for distillers, like centrifuge distillers for well, for weed. And the guy would only take cash for the machines. It was sketchy as fuck. But we had like security at like the like on site when we did the transaction and stuff. Is that because federally illegal and banks not wanting money? Yeah, it's a bitch. That's one of the reasons I had no interest in staying in the industry, because like without banking, everything's just so shady. And all the companies are just covering up, like trying to hide cash assets anywhere they can, which leads to some really shitty investments. Man, I fucking timed that breakout perfectly. I'm so good at stocks. I just turned $600 into $700. It's all about the win, though, right? It's not really about the notional value. Quick TA on AMD. Looks like it's holding strong. I don't know. The trend's kind of leveling off. I wouldn't say this looks great. It's not super bullish. If it gets rejected here again and bounces off the 30, though, maybe watch for a breakout at 100. 100's going to be tough. Intraday high? Maybe. I don't know. The volume's nice. They haven't started pulling the rug yet, so you know what? I'm just gonna take my profits right here. There we go. Excellent play. 20% in and out. Did you acquire the 1.3 million by making 2,600 $500 withdrawals from different ATMs? No. What do you see America in 50 years? Well, we'll either fix our problems or we won't. If we can get a good like 15-year run of fairly stable economy, we could be back on top in a big way. But, there's it's going to get rough with China's economy picking up the way it is. There'll be an attempt to shift away from the dollar as the standard, and if that happens, it's going to cause conflict, a lot of it. But, I probably won't be alive by then, so I don't really give a shit. No, the general public is usually pretty placated when we have a good economy. There's not so much division, especially politically. So hopefully the current bump in inflation leads to improvement in wages. over the next couple of years. And then, when we reach a period of wage stagnation, that hopefully that wage is high enough that, people have a more comfortable standard of living. I think if that happens, if we can boost up the middle class a little bit, it'll be hard. And there's really no motive to do it. Either that or, we just become a corporatist dystopia, which is, I would say that we're probably leaning more towards at this point, with everybody worshiping their favorite billionaire. Hey, look, we tested 95. We did it, guys. We're already a corporatist dystopia. If you were a billionaire, you'd be my favorite. I'm not, but I'm trying to become one before it's really important to be one. Girk wants to get on a ship with Elon and go to space. Not particularly. I'd get on my own spaceship, but Muskists or Muskets? That's a good question. I don't know. What about Muskites? Like or is that already a thing? You act like you won't have a favorite billionaire in a few years if Lisa Sue keeps going at the same rate. True. This is the dystopia. Yeah, probably. But there's still room there. Definitely not Bull Maya's guy. There's still room to sneak in. It's closing rapidly. Musketeers. I'm pretty sure Lisa Sue's a billionaire already. What do you think Kenny G's kids think of him? I'm sure he's probably a fantastic father and buys them everything they want, so they're probably very spoiled and very happy, right? And when he dies, they'll continue to be super wealthy forever. Should have held those spy calls. Nope, took 20%. I'm happy. It was a good breakout. It could have gone higher. Too much risk. Spy mooning. I don't know about that. 395. Oh, it really is mooning. Oh, it's okay. I have calls on literally everything else. God, I wish I knew what profit taking was. It's a good breakout. It's gonna hit some resistance here, though. Yeah. 395.55? 395.25. Ooh. Oh, it's doing the thing. This is exciting. Jamie rejected. Leading indicator. Visa fucking rocketed too. I held those. Cat bouncing? Probably. Sector shift. Sexy, sexy sector shift. I'm not convinced this is going to last. Me either, but I'll try to enjoy it while it does. Also remember, neither party has any faith in news stations. Our food is becoming less and less real. The earth is dying at a staggering rate, and infertility is getting worse. I can keep going. Stop being such a gloomy fuck today. Definitely not Gurk's Bull Mayo guy. The spy's going up. All right, we don't have time for your worldwide bearishness. Rip before the dip, before bump, before the dump, before rug pull alert. Interesting. Look at that tiny little free float. Is this what it feels like to trade Jamie at 350? A little bit. No, I'll give him to someone else. Aren't they developing an mRNA thing for microplastics? Like teach your body to like break down microplastics. The microplastics are just making us stronger. Visa's mostly indifferent to the spy. Yeah, blood donation seems to get rid of them too. I thought SLD lasts until Friday. It does. That doesn't mean they didn't finish it yesterday, though. We don't have to have 3 days of down. Like I said before SLD, you know, the funds are already pretty liquid. They've been selling off shit all over the market, right? Is this another bear trap? Bull trap? It's not really a bull trap, right? I think the SPY already got rejected. Just because the market goes up doesn't mean we have to. But it'll increase internalization. It's a big green line. This is the SPY. Costco had a nice little rally too. Hmm. Yeah, AMD holding the breakout. Looks good. I think another leg up. Maybe 395. Let's say 395. Come on, you bitch. That's like right there. Very weird. Huge 310 puts for this Friday. Can you explain? Price suppression? Lowest price since July of 2020. 3M. Yeah, it's I was actually looking at 3M like 2 days ago. It's really cheap right now, and they do have a good dividend yield. So it's not bad, but remember if they get hit kind of hard, especially on the manufacturing side with the bullwhip, they could see a pretty significant downside over the coming months. They can avert that, but I think they're gonna have a bit of oversupply. I'd be wary. Maybe if you spoke to your tickers in a less derogatory way, they would go up more often. They go up often enough. Docen flying, DOCN flying, and I have no idea why. It's doing good today. Oh, ugh. What are they? Development tools? It's like one of turds, right? Spy ready to come back down? Hard to say. It it looks good right now. As long as buy pressure doesn't burn itself out, I think it's gonna move up a little more. This is MOASS, dude. Don't even try to convince me it's not. Okay. I don't think they care. Dan Almighty. Spy puts, end of day. Hmm. Good question. No. At least not right now. Can you comment on May 20th, 310 put? Probably in the money puts being bought in order to drive the price down. I'd imagine we're not moving as well as the market. Yeah. If they're getting ready to bring us down and crunch IV after the FTDs are cleared and they have their entropy swap, they're going to be a lot more aggressive with their put buying. So, yeah, it's expected. Notice how we're inversing the market right now. This is that put buying. You're gonna smash us. You're gonna smash us hard, especially after Friday. Okay, now the market's following suit a little bit, but we were leading that by quite a bit. What do you think of cat right now? It's a little risky, and I don't like this range. We're seeing a little bit of, I think we're seeing a little bit of sector shift with the Dow outperforming. But is it? Maybe we'll continue to see a run on some of these like bigger value stocks over the next few days. I really don't like this price point on cat though. It's too easy for it to slip back down to like the 200 range. I would prefer targeting a breakout of like 207.50. Easy strategy: begin SLD Wednesday, let the markets run. Thursday to trap bulls, end SLD Friday, and take the money because she belongs to the street. Yeah, could be. We'll see. It should be pretty easy to tell if they're going to try to tank it, right? Hmm. But is it going to stabilize here? That's the question. Even if it stabilized back on this trend, that would be bullish as fuck. Ah. What's your most recent big loss? Had any really big losses recently? I guess Target. That wasn't that big though. Like fucking $4,500 or something. I learned that in the current market, even a positive EPS isn't going to protect a company from a negative outlook. People are way too willing to take money off the table quickly right now. Holding positions through earnings without a hedge is risky. I hedged my last two positions that I held through earnings calls, but I didn't hedge Target. I figured it would be mostly okay. I didn't think it was going to see like negative EPS in the quarter, which it didn't. But their forward outlook was bad and is showing strong signs of not only them but Walmart as well were both showing strong signs of a bullwhip effect, which is really bad for retailers. Those buying stocks and not options, is there a risk of buying too late and not getting the stock? I mean, they'll announce the X dividend date when they announce the split. So right now, no. It is the most efficient in the world. You just aren't defining efficiency correctly. You should share that chart I put on Discord for those who don't know what the bullwhip is. Do I have it somewhere? I think I have a chart of it somewhere. Maybe I don't. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I do. Oh, you have one in the Concord from today? Oh yeah. Maybe that'll help people understand. And so the effect being that you get something like this. See, inventory is up massively. Demand way the fuck down. No, this could continue, but this has a deflationary effect on the economy. So seeing this come in already, like especially on someone as big as Walmart, it's very compelling, right? Oh yeah, big clearance sales. Probably for like the next year. How hard do you think they push next week to the downside, if any, due to May OPEX? I think we'll probably stagnate through May OPEX, which is one of the reasons I'm willing to buy a couple calls to see if there's any like upside potential. Epam just doesn't give a fuck. Look at it go. What an excellent choice. My stock's not up that much, but my options are. Huh. What's Max Payne this week? I mean, who cares? Max Payne's irrelevant. I think it's like 110, but it doesn't matter. Not going anywhere near it. You show that in announcements or somewhere in the Discord? Yeah. Aren't you shows that before Walmart earnings? I didn't play Walmart earnings. Also, it might be from Walmart's earnings. I'm pretty sure that's when it was updated. Yeah. Yeah, Epam is very similar to DDS. Although liquidity is picking up in the chain a bit, it's a very illiquid options chain. Does it even make sense to sell CCs if the current price is way below your cost basis in the event of a sudden run up? GameStop doesn't really have very many unpredictable sudden run ups. They're pretty rare, and they usually occur after hours. How many weeks do you expect this push to vig and neutral to play out over? Let's see. How's the blow up going to affect my pumpkin futures? Should I still hold till the peak in December, right? I have no idea. Are they overproducing pumpkins? If they're not, you don't have to worry about it. So 1, 2, 3. 4. Wait. 1, 2. 2. Ow. 3, 4 weeks. The next 4 weeks. At some point, honestly, I think we'll probably hit our low after the shareholders meeting. And probably our lowest point of IV. We're not heading off the chart. We're just triple tested 95. The SPY's recovering in a higher range too, which is kind of bullish. Unless it fails here, which it could. Why would I ban JFresh? DN99, GN99, GM160, VN55. Can Melvin unwinding their position have any effect? I don't know, maybe. Look at that. Long asparagus. I mean, just make sure you trim the hard part off the bottom. I think it's just set on the default settings. Dylan Life or Dylan Lyle. T-Doc finally moving? Oh, he should be. Oh, nice. I got filled at 30 on those CSPs that I sold, so I'm kind of excited if this breaks out. Even if it just breaks out back to like 40, I'd be okay with that. I'd probably take profits. BTU good buy-in opportunity? Could be. What's your share count at? I'm gonna try and beat it on this dip. You sure? Good luck, man. Quick say on rig if you don't mind. If not, no worries. I'll take a look at it, man. Looks good. Oil coming up today. It's ready for a bounce off of that. A little higher low here. I would say if it's gonna leg up to $5 from the technical side, this looks like a good reversal. See you at 40x. Get the fuck out of here. Ban Moonwin, right? If you mod me, I will ban Moonwin. I know you will. The NFT marketplace didn't launch. It will launch after hours. Jesus Christ. Not this shit again. Sure, man. Sure it will. Sativa or indica? I don't smoke weed. Why spy reversal? Why not? What made you start it all? Start what? It's very like non-specific. What am I paying you for? I don't know. I assumed you didn't want to get timed out in chat. Or, well, you didn't want a time limit in chat? I know all about eyes during Feb of last year. I played it. That's on BBY correcting back to 861 by tomorrow. I don't know. What if it doesn't? We're having kind of a nice day. I'll never mod you, man. Epam to 350 or rug pull. I don't think it's gonna get rug pulled. A very nice continuous rise. It looks strong. Is eyes a good stock? No. Just shitty SPAC bullshit last year. Don't worry, I won't, JC. Is one of the benefits of being a zillionaire not being timed out? No. I time out Moonwind all the time. Pigeon Whale, Dillionaire, doesn't matter. I vow to treat everyone equally if I am modded. That's I'm sure you will, J Fresh. If eyes aren't real, then how can people see? Can I get timed out? Sure. I got you, buddy. What's the fastest way to double my shares? Can you share why you bought back your 1OT CCs? Because if we have a nice little bump up to gamma neutral, I can sell them for more money. Also, I wasn't going to carry, like, they expired tomorrow anyway. And if we break 95, we can test gamma neutral. Are those the only CCs I have out right now? Shit. Ooh. All right. Haven't you made Roaring Kitty a mod yet? Because he's going to ban Moonwind and Darth Dan if I do. What kind of range have we seen in historic BBY runs? I'm not sure which ones because of the share buyback or from the run. I have to look. Their June run was like 86%. November was 92%. March, or well, Cohen's buy-in was 142%. And March was 37%. Roughly. Why are the likes so low? Everyone's just hate watching? I don't think they are. They're at like 700. It'll hit like 1,000 by the end of the day. I think they are creating more obligations for BBY this time, putting it under the same pressures that they put GME under, except it's not as resilient because it's not as illiquid. Thanks, Turd. Is wheat dead? I mean, if the market rallies, yeah. It'll, like, kind of slump. It still looks pretty fucking good, though, right? Relax. Wheat's gonna do its thing. It just takes time. It's not a short-term play. If you're in it for, like ridiculous gains, it's probably not great. And if you're in it for a short period of time, it's definitely not great. But if you're willing to hold it out through like this quarter into the summer, then you can make some very nice profits. Could it squeeze? Maybe. Docu is just kind of stabilizing at the like 180 or $80 test. This fucking resistance is like a brick wall. I'd be careful with it too, because a lot of people bought at like 70. What did it hit yesterday? 70, 71? Fucking hit 6. Yeah, 71. So it's a $10 move. I'd watch out for a little bit of a sell-off there. As far as breakouts go, it looks good. Like from a technical standpoint. That's the problem with descending wedges, is sometimes they only break out to the initial peak. And then they fail because consolidation diverged too much and people are willing to sell at the upper price. I can show you guys that, kind of what I mean by that. So, and this is a problem with all descending wedges. So the initial sell-off prompted the drop, right? And then, people bought back in here and here, right? But that means those people are also willing to sell at that same upper bound. And so a lot of the times descending wedges will only break as high as the previous high, and then they'll fail. Now sometimes they recover higher and then they'll move up and you get like an ascending triangle and then they break out. As more and more people are buying here at these higher prices. I'm just trying to show people like the psychology behind that. Ooh, Visa looks really good. Epam, looks pretty good. Not great, but pretty good. Gamestop does not look good. Well, given our first test of 95 led to a shitload of 310 puts being bought, yeah, I don't think they want us going over 95 today. Pharma Bro released from prison. When invite him to your show? I don't know. How do I reach out? Twitter? I'll put him on here. I don't give a shit. And everyone's gonna be like, look at PieFi having criminals on his channel. What's funny is like the public perception of him over the last year because of like the meme stock rally. Now he's like a cool dude who squeezed the shorts, but like 2 years ago he was just pure evil. But you're a psychologist now, on top of a barista, pizziolo, and money mule? Listen, man. Who tells you that over 1K viewers a day, you already have plenty of criminals on your channel? Fair enough. It's more, it's like 20,000 viewers a day. They're just, the average is 1,500 at a time. But usually, like, people who watch for like under 15 minutes is somewhere between like 20 to it's actually somewhere between like 16 to 20,000, like between 1 and 20 minutes. Alleged, and those charges were dismissed. Crime so hot right now. If you only have July wheat options, which are down, does it make sense to roll to a fall expiry or just wait another month and roll when 30 DTE? You can roll at like 45 DTE if you really want to offset any theta risk. Bro, SS already thinks we're criminals for no DRS and selling CCs. Do they? I don't know what SS thinks anymore. I don't care. They must, like, here's the funny thing, like, they thought they were gonna like destroy this channel by banning me from Super Stonk. And if anything, it's more successful now than it was before. Like, we were hitting like 3,500, 4,000 viewers during the March run. They must just sit there just fucking full rage all day, knowing that there's like a significant chunk of GME investors that just don't give a shit about their nonsense. While standing on the platform of, oh, we don't want to divide the community. SS new Pi-Fi meltdown. That's not true. I haven't watched a single minute of you ever since SS banned you. I just read the chat and guess what's going on. Thanks, Dr. Sharp. Daniel Lesage. I remember from when you were Daniel Lesage, before you were Ghost of Dan, and then when you were Ghost of Dan. Did you ever try to explain to RSS that making money is actually good? Yeah, that's what got me banned. But if people don't DRS turn, then the cycles aren't as good. I do at least my own sanity, because the day you got banned from SS was the last day I ever looked at that channel, and my mindset is so much better. It's, yeah, unfortunately it's gotten kind of toxic, but whatever. SS just doesn't want to hear anyone say that the stock will go down, but it keeps doing that. Like, how do you just blatantly ignore the shit going on right in front of you? Is this a good entry point for wheat if you're not into options? Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's under 12, which is nice. The thing that blows my mind about SS is they think DRS will cause MOASS, but it's really DRS causes GME VUP cycles to be more volatile, and piling into the GME VUP cycle, snapping the system equals MOASS. Yeah, but I tried to outline that in every way I could, and like it just fell on a lot, like too many deaf ears. Are you able to track name changes in chat, or do you just remember? I mean, a lot of people I remember, especially people that were here like in the very beginning, like Ghost of Dan. I need to say it now. Without you and your daily DDs, your research, and your streams, most of us would have no clue in which direction GME will go in the coming weeks. Thanks for everything, bro. You got it, man. Dunning-Kruger. There's a lot of that. Did you notice that the bar rate is different than at other points in time? I just want to bring that up. I don't think anyone has pointed that out to you lately. Thanks, Shaken Lakin. I think I don't know what I would do without you telling me about the bar rate. What do you think about exercising options on wheat in July? It depends on how much it goes up. If it goes up significantly, like 50%, 100%, then yeah, I'd probably consider exercising options into July and holding through the summer. Am I seen? Am I remembered? Chiropractors are fun. Don't start the chiropractor shit again. Everyone gets so pissy. I'm easily ignored because I don't have a cool name. It's true. Think up a cool name. I think I missed like the first week. Yeah, I know, Windmill. You were here early. You may not remember me, but I've lost 3 jobs watching you. Here's the who keeps giving you jobs? Lick my VWAP. Have you seen that the borrow rate went slightly up? If I switch it back to some dude, will you say my name again? Probably. Don't forget, SS hates you because you encourage people to learn about options. Then when they didn't put any effort into learning, YOLO'd into weeklies and lost it all, then they blamed you. Yeah, I expected that though, right? Like we were talking about that in like the quant channel before I even put the DD out. Like we knew the ramifications, but we also knew how many would be hurt if like we said nothing. And it had come to the point where, you know, something had to be said because it was just so blatantly obvious. Honestly, I expected to get banned right away when I came out with that DD in November. I think you do it through your Google account. It's my 3rd username. I like to stay anonymous. Thanks, big numbers. Hi-Fi never remembers or responds to me. Bias against the Dans. I remember you. I respond to you. Is Justin a cool name? It's fine. I'm sure its coolness is cyclical, like most names. ASDF. I've been here since very early on, but I've always felt you never remember me. I suspect because I don't chat much and my name is random letters. I actually do remember you. All I have left are my Calvin Klein underwear. Thanks for everything, Pickle. Love the show. Still averaging down Netflix 617 190s. How do you think a bounce is looking? Thanks. I mean, the move up today is nice. I don't know. If it can find support here, I think it's in range to move just back up above 200. But I don't see enough interest coming in is my biggest problem with that. I have the same calls you do on Netflix. I haven't averaged them down much, but I got them pretty cheap. I think I got them kind of in the range we're trading at now. So are they about even? No, I'm down about 8% on them. Maybe I should average down a little. I think if this bounce is sustained through Friday, it could push. It could push through. Jesus Christ, it just won't stop. Are you going to take a break, buddy? If you bought this stock this morning, you'd already be up to like, what did it hit? 310? $26 a share? No, my name's not Patrick. I got a PDT violation for 3 and 5 days on IBKR. I'm not restricted yet. Can I buy further calls if I don't sell same day? Or is a further call purchase classed as a further violation? You can buy them, but if you close the position, then you'll get another strike. The only reason you weren't banned from SS in November is because you were wrong and they enjoyed gloating. But I wasn't wrong. I told everyone the price was going to go up, and then it went up $50. Then I was wrong because my expectations were a bit lofty. But the initial thesis was correct. It was just the expectation of more volume throughout the T plus cycle was not realized. But, since then we've learned how to find that, and we have a much better idea of where and how our runs end exactly. A thesis should adapt as new information becomes available. Otherwise, it's fucking worthless. And what's funny is now we're so precise in it, and they're missing out on it. We finally got it in a place where it's pretty fucking accurate. I mean, computer share definitely makes a lot of money off of all the share registration going on. Their profits were up like 2,700% in Q1. Sorry if you said this earlier, but where did you read Barclays is shuttering VXX ETN? I didn't. So somebody in chat said that. I didn't read that Barclays is shuttering it. They may, if they're not able to get the fund back on track and tracking its underlying, they likely will shutter it. But I have not been able to find any confirmable reports that they intend to shutter it. I think they intend to try to rebalance the fund. Greg, this is the SEC. How did you know about Epam open up? How did Melvin lose so much money if they closed their shorts last January? What? Fucking seriously? How the fuck do you think they lost money? If they didn't close their shorts, they wouldn't have realized any losses, right? It's when you say shit like that, Smooth. That's when I know you're high. Let's talk about Gex, baby. Let's talk about GME. Let's talk about all the VUPs and all the downs we might see. Let's talk about Gex. Real talk. Does Gex work both ways? If below GN, pressure down? Yeah. Also, is Tesla dead? It looks like it failed its high test for the day. We'll see. It could bounce off VWAP here. What if all this time you guys were asking me my name and it's just Gherkin? I take full responsibility for Epam. I gave you full credit. Is there a way to separate fees paid by shareholders compared to fees paid by GameStop? Some people are talking about $5 to $50 fees for purchases and transfers. Yeah, the fees on the shareholder side are ridiculous. But they do charge GameStop like account maintenance fees. They charge for everything. If you look at their other fee schedules at other companies, the only problem is I'm pretty sure that GameStop isn't going to give us the fee schedule, and the fee schedule is protected information, or so they're not going to share it. That's part of the agreement. It's not reported. So somewhere packed into the earnings statement are the fees for computer share, but we just don't know how high they are. You'd probably have to sue to get a disclosure. Is Docu now dead? Eh. It got rejected at 80, right? We'll see. It depends on where it recovers, but expect it to get rejected here, right? SPY moving down pretty hard. And there goes all the gains for the day. Should I close Epam and buy back in tomorrow, or does it not give a shit about the market? I don't think it actually fucking cares. No. Visa might. Yeah, I don't want to hold Visa down to fucking 200 again. Or 190. You should sue GameStop to get a disclosure for the fee reports on DRS. Superstock could have a legendary meltdown. I just don't give a shit. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I don't care that you were named Gherkin. Thanks, Crocodile Dandy. We've found other fee schedules from computer share from the past. One particular lawsuit where they were sued for overbilling, essentially, and they looked excessive. But we don't know. They're negotiated on an individual basis, so we don't know what GameStop's paying. We know they're pay money. We just don't know how much. Continued consolidation up to 340, a possible breakout to the 380s. I think it's going to move up to like the 420s. I think maybe a test of like 356, but this shit's like primed. It's ready to go. I don't even think it, honestly, I don't think it would be absurd for it to test like 426. What was its fucking high in November? 725? It's illiquid enough that it basically just ignores the broader market. I do remember you, Bipolar Bear. Yeah, I think we see some resistances along the way. I agree. I think there's some pretty strong resistance in the like 450 30, well, 450 451, and possibly even here at like 334, which I think we're kind of seeing right now. Um and then I think 380, maybe 376. I don't really know if there's going to be that much resistance there. There might be a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised by a test in the 420s over the next like couple weeks. Have you been looking at like the skew and stuff, Gaff? The fucking long interest is massive. And some interesting delta sensitivity spikes here and here. So there's some FTD shit going on as well, which I haven't dug into yet, but it's there. My name is not Giuseppe Stromboli. What's your guess on SPY low for the day? 385. You average down on your BBY position or wait to sell CCs? I've been averaging down on it, but I was waiting till after May OPEX to sell more covered calls. Although I might sell some at 9 right now just cuz. See if it can break up a little here. Hmm. So that's kind of just risky. I really don't like. Yeah, no, I don't think I want to sell covered calls on it right now. Not with fucking delta neutral above gamma neutral. Do you only have 350s for Epam? I have 320s also. It's been hard to get fills on contracts at decent prices though, because it's super illiquid. Everyone is very excited in the Discord. About what? What's up, Sean? SoFi propping up the market, asking for a friend. Unlikely. A concerted effort to run you off SS, and Koala was sent as a distraction. Mods added 1 month before ban, plus attacked you right out of the gate. SS members went up 20K the day you got banned to cover. It was the largest spike in interest on SS since the June run up. Can you find delta, gamma, delta and gamma neutral data online, or is it something you have in your bag of tricks? You can't really. I've seen a couple like things that try to estimate it, but they seem to be way the fuck off. So I would say no. You don't need it, but it's nice to have. One rug pull, two can kick. Is it possible June doesn't play out as expected? Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. Be very careful. But we know to be careful. They tried to fuck us in Fab. We persevered. I mean, it's really just about having enough theta that, you know, eventually you'll win. Was the premium of the contracts greater than the initial credit? No, they were up like 65% when I bought them back. Why not keep the credit for them expiring worthless? I thought there was a possibility that we would move up above 95. And if we did, then I could resell them at an even higher premium. Well, your guidance maintains. I just don't think they're going to see a lot of value in their stock price, Sparky. I don't really have a problem with the company. I mean, they spend money on stupid shit like baseball stadiums, which, I mean, yeah, you could argue advertising, but it's probably not worth it. So it's more about how the company is run and managed, how executives are paid. I do think they'll do well, especially with interest rates climbing. Most banking stocks will do pretty well. Inflation benefits them, so S&P really holding strong to the gradual uptrend since overnight low of 38.56. Yeah. Would you prefer to sell GME 527 CCs this week or wait for a possible GAC uptick next week? I don't know. I don't think we're going to close this week out over 100. If we do, then there could be some GACs next week. But yeah, they're really fighting for 95, so I don't think we're going to cross it. I mean, remember, if we're moving out of the range of the price action they want us in, they can always just throw a few million on puts and drive us back down. It builds up their obligations, but you saw when the market broke out, they just stopped us at 95. This is like turnover. Are you talking about turnover? No problem, Cosmic Pickle. Have I alone reached the ancient age of subscribed for over a year? Yeah, we're getting there. I think we're pretty close to like 1 year of me having subscribers. Thanks, Rhodium. Is there any evidence for release or announcement for the NFT marketplace for tomorrow? Another hype date? No. Just a tweet. When would you start buying May calls for GME, today or tomorrow? I'm not buying anything for May, but I'll probably buy like some June 17th. Probably tomorrow. Title for me? Tesla dead, you say? I don't know, what do you think? Do you remember who your first pigeon whale was? Yeah, Tom. Tom, first pigeon whale. I don't know if he's here today. Remember when Pigeon Whale Sub was a joke and then people took it seriously? I don't know if they took it seriously, but it was like, just like they wanted to support the channel, which was super cool. And, they get a shit on the pores all day. They also have a cooler color name on the Discord. Yeah, if there's no May OPEX, I'm actually not getting them near the money. I'm gonna get them a little bit out of the money. And then if there's no May OPEX, I'm gonna fucking cut them. We go selling 95 CC 0 DT if the price runs up today. Why didn't you just do it the first time? This is a good breakout. Let's see if they fucking slam us with puts again. It keeps trying. I gotta give it that. Shit. Hold on, I gotta shoot a text real quick. June OPEX? It happens on the 17th. My name's not Josh. T35 is calendar days, so it includes everything. Any chance the higher number of calls on BBBY? If someone knows something about this week having a positive run, it's possible, but calls have just been building on BBBY this whole time, so it's hard to say. Interesting. Shill, thanks. How long do you expect us to hold on to the 88.90 support if they push us down aggressively? I'm adding out of the money protected puts at 75s, but trying to avoid buying too early. I think we'll stay relatively flat through next week. maybe next Tuesday we can start to see some downside, but not right now. I think right now we're going to hold this range. Jerome Jr., obviously. Why is Jimmy up today and not 80 yet? We don't expect it to go down to 80 until like next week. We kind of expect them to just maintain this low range. They're not going to dump internalization probably um, for a little while. They'll probably carry it through the weekend. Although they may be getting rid of a little bit of it today with the rise. It's San Antonio. Ooh. Looks like someone's going to get to sell some CCs above delta neutral. Little active fund pressure. Is that Liam? I'm not going to tell you guys my name. LRC a buy? Yeah. I guess if you want to. Is it me or the creeping BBY app? It might be. Octavius. Do you have an OnlyFans? It's only accessible for pigeon whales. Frederick. Got quiet when I guessed Christopher. I just didn't see it. Greg's real name is Gary, y'all. I'm almost positive your name is Tex and you wear Spurs to bed. You hadn't told me about that fantasy. I'll see what I can do. Perseus. I gotta start sweating my 100 cc's expiring tomorrow. Why? I always pick the worst time to sell covered calls. The whole Jimmy saga, barring the retail, the longs, and the shorts, who is versus who? I think it's just longs versus massive volatility positions. What's delta neutral today? I think it was 99. Twitter MOASS. The fucking Elon getting out. That just looks like someone bought a bunch. Someone's bullish on Elon's exit. $145 for next week, so not worried. Just left premium on the table. Sold at 94 on this run. Oh, okay. SST calls on the menu again? They never were on the menu. No, it looks like garbage. Why would I want to sell used cars? UK, New Ape. Can anyone help a low shareholder maximize the gains? When MOASS happens, how fast will it go up? 10, 100, thousands? How many days to cover the shorts? Thank you. I wrote an exit DD. It's pinned or linked on my Reddit profile. If you want to check it out, you can. Just wanted to shout out. Listen to you most days on my headphones at work, but rarely chat. Although I'm not yet trading options, I'm getting a great education learning the lingo. Thank you so much, Daphne. Horatio Dillingsworth. Huh. His name is Luscious? Selling used cars is Charlie work. Thanks, Daphne. Salvatore. You're just gonna keep guessing? Smooth. Look, it's racist how ethnic you're making my name. I'm half Irish, you know. Well, half Irish and a bunch of other shit. Most of that's Irish. That half. Also like German, French, Scottish, and something else. What the fuck is the other thing? Bohemian. Yeah, it was Bohemian, which is like Czechoslovakian, I think. So you're white? Yeah. Although I have a lovely olive skin tone, J Fresh. So I wouldn't say that I'm like, I'm not like white. If I get tanned, you know, some might even say I look ethnic. That's the Sicilian. My mom and dad, or my dad was completely Italian. My mom a little bit. The chances that my real name is Dan or any variation of that name, 0. Yeah, my parents grew up in America. My grandparents weren't from here. Neither set. Please don't make this she had a little Italian in her joke. I didn't, right? Yeah, I didn't. You made that joke. Wait, you just made it. You see Robbie from Immutable X just got banned from Twitter? Cool. Gherkinus Ascot Pickleworth the Fourth. Epam is not accepting opening long call positions. I mean, I bought some. That sounds like it's your brokerage. My name doesn't rhyme with Dan either. I'm on a Discord called Options Millionaire. Oh. Any reason we're seeing a run in small cap high growth today? Fear leaving the market? Could be. Could just be active fund flow. I don't think fear's leaving the market. Because I think if we were seeing fear leaving the market, we see money coming into commodities. And that's not really happening. My name is not Alessandro. Why do teachers get offended when you call them by their first name? It's disrespectful. Janice Griffith. You know, I met her. She's very nice. Not like I didn't meet her in like a sexual way, but she was at this restaurant. Me and my friend were eating out in LA one time. I really thought Girk McDuck was a winner. Have you ever been in a physical fight before? Yeah, a lot of them. It wasn't IHOP. It was at Nobu in Malibu. BJJ classes don't count as being in a fight. I grew up in like the ghetto, the hood, if you will. My neighborhood was not nice growing up. and I did not fit in. I got in a lot of fights. Pretty fucking ghetto. I didn't get in a fight in a Malibu IHOP. Brooklyn, Rika. Bed-Stuy, do or die. You grew up as Tiny Tim. So if you run into us in one of us in New York, do you stay in chat or bounce? Nice, Madara. So all the kids in your neighborhood were pro air fire, sticking to his principles. Ayo, governor, can I please have some quiche, sir? Really, I grew up in the suburbs of Seattle, and there were nights we didn't have caviar with our dinner. I did my best to stay happy. It's, ultimately it was better for your kidneys anyway, Velvet Jupiter. You wouldn't want a high blood pressure and gout from eating too much caviar, right? I think I had a Beyblade once, and then they like banned it in my school. Cat Pacino, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you out of the country club.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both.
Thanks, Fluffy. Yeah, Cappuccino, if you want to, or anybody who's a billionaire and hasn't signed up to be part of the private Discord, check out that link that Fluffy just posted, and that'll get you all hooked up. Interesting chimney sweep fact. One of the first major anti-cancer public health initiatives is to get them to wash their sacks so they didn't get scrotal skin cancer from the soot. That's rough. Austin 505. The most excited Girk has been about my name was when I became a billionaire. I'm constantly trying to get back to that, and I can't do it. Austin 505. What's up, bro? Who's getting in physical fights? Who's getting in arcane magic duels? I think we need to trade a lot lower for a reverse split to be a possibility, Jethro. A split, as always, could result in a recall. It doesn't necessarily mean it will. And we have no idea if it will or it won't. There's no way to predict that. That'll depend on, risk analysis on the part of the longs and the lenders. I never lived in Malibu. I just hung out there. I had a couple friends who lived there. I used to play Magic. I don't anymore. I need GME to go below $90 to get the soot out of my nails from climbing out of these weekly GME put bag holding hole I'm in. I love how I'm like, we're probably gonna hold 90 till the end of the week and then drop. Allergies are kicking in bad. And I'm like vegan neutrals at 55, and people are like, I'm gonna YOLO $90 puts. Weird sneeze, clip it. That was disgusting. You're welcome. That sneeze was the catalyst? I don't know about that. Why do we YOLO when we know it's bad? I have no idea. You can't help yourselves. Greed. Fear of missing out. May sneeze 2022. No, it's just active funds driving the price action. We still have FTDs today. This is the last day. They're minimal. That's why our volume's so low. But we've got some pressure. That's all we need. FOMO is the mind killer. I do think Jamie will drop over the next week or two. But there's a possibility that they run it for May OPEX. I don't know why pension money was in a net short position in the first place. It sounds like the person in the wrong there, Justin, would be the pension fund manager for gambling on such risky risky positions. Are you approaching CC opportunities? Kind of just take them when they show up. I think it's just because of like how I was holding the tissue trash. Like any woodwind instrument, you know, it's all about the position of the reed. Good day, Flavio Gergliardi. Where can I find and listen to the new Cenas joint that dropped? The musical composition was really impressive. Tune in at 3:10 or check out Dan for Hire's SoundCloud. This market is terrible for trading. My day today, up 1K on Tesla puts, down 1K on Google calls, up 1K on V calls, down 1K on GME calls, net P&L equals 0. Am I wasting my time correctly? It sounds like you're awfully fucking diversified for just day trading. Maybe you should just be focusing on one of those things. Like either lose money on Tesla or make money on Tesla and lose money on Google. You know, just it's too many positions. Ooh. Huh. I'm looking hard at selling 110 cc's for next Friday. Am I totally nuts? No, but like a little bit. Is it egotistical to refer to your own face as an instrument? No. If you're expecting a big move, is it better to buy 5 calls close to the money or 10 calls far out of the money? Please explain why. I mean, you make more money on the 10 calls far out of the money because you have more leverage. They also have, you know, more value to gain. You kind of, by buying closer to the money, you're capping out your gains a little bit. You won't have as much exposure to extrinsic value and implied volatility. When is chat not weird? That doesn't really happen. Obo reads for MOASS. Good afternoon, options, Jesus. The big problem we have here is we don't have enough long call positioning. We need more long calls. For there to be any kind of run or sustained run next week, there would have to be calls in place. And right now there's fuck all after Friday's expiration. I sold 110 cc's for next Friday this morning. No need to thank me for the upside. Is this what Ginger Balls is getting everyone worked up over? No. I think this is, we're still way below, like we don't have like a breakout, right? We're kind of moving up with the SPY right now. Our downside doesn't seem to be so bad, but a lot of this can still be attributed to ETF FTDs and just like a little pressure on them. We'd really need to get some fucking volume to move up above like gamma neutral. What happens with gamma max? The hedge kind of falls off. There's no more pressure from the market maker. So nothing to sustain price action. Yeah, gamma neutral's right around 100. 99, I think, more accurately. Did you buy back calls because you don't think we'll close? No, I bought back calls because I want to sell them at a higher price. I only had like 12 calls out, I think, so I didn't have that many to buy back, and I was profitable on all of them. But if I can sell them at double, triple the premium, the same exact calls in like, an hour, why wouldn't I buy them back and then just write it up? Same like trading. I don't know. There's not a lot to support price action tomorrow. Like we don't really have any significant FTDs. The volume from that day is kind of minimal. Um, isn't that a wash sale? No, you're taking profit and then you're selling, like you're not selling the underlying asset. Although I will say 95's super risky OG rules. Because you're basically betting that we're not going to close anywhere near gamma neutral, or that long positions have no desire to put their positions in the money, which is I'll roll if need be. Yeah, that's fair. 110 safe, safer. What's the delta on those? I just don't like. I mean, even though I don't think we're gonna run for OPEX, I still don't like selling covered calls into it. For all intents and purposes, we only have one data point that points to a shift in the OPEX cycle. So all other OPEXs have occurred on this cycle, even before last January. So if they're going to occur on this cycle, we only have one indication that they will, whereas we have 6 of these. So while I think we are going to run in June, I'm still not going to treat that as a guarantee, because it's not. And given and one of the reasons that they may run it and is because they didn't clear all the fucking obligations in March. We limped out of March with 5% borrow rate, and ETFs still thresholded. So there's risk holding CCs past into tomorrow and next week. I love the effort you put into trying to convince people not to make degenerate plays. I know. I'm a chef, and I said bless you a number of times in the kitchen, and my cooks look at me like I'm nuts. Just like point to the AirPods and be like, duh. My stripper stage name was Risky Options. .5, 520 CCs safe for BBY. Trying to fade the peak. Teach me how to pickle one. I mean, the same thing that applies to GameStop that I just explained applies to BBY too. I mean, what are you going to miss out on? Like a few $100s? Who cares about the reverse repo? Didn't their official Twitter tweet like one thing? How's that edging everybody? Jesus Christ. I don't know what reason anybody would have for wanting GameStop to release their NFT marketplace this instant. I can tell you, it doesn't sound like a great deal right now. They might want to wait a little bit. Maybe if crypto starts to recover, ETH pulls up. I mean, institutions are already bailing on fucking NFTs. They're replying to a bunch of people. That's called marketing. NFTs are tied to crypto, Moon. In-game currency NFTs or where the money is going to be piled in. But where's the support from the developers for that? That's not in place yet. Yeah, excitement for the NFT marketplace will be when there's real revenue coming in from it. They already burned the announcement in the Wall Street Journal back in January. That was the point of that, was to drive FOMO away from the announcement. FYI, I just called TD Ameritrade. TD and Schwab have restricted options trading due to Russian sanctions, but they're not a Russian company. Did you explain that to them? That they're idiots? Today's the last FTD date, so yeah, it's likely that it'll be harder for our price to rise up after this. Exit Docu if you haven't. What? I'm not in it. I know they have use cases that aren't JPEGs, but it's unproven. It's like, you buy Jan 23 10C is free money. No, they have a price. Will they likely print? Probably. It's definitely moved very unexpectedly, given the fact that we have low amount of FTDs, like you said. We have a lot of active fund flow. We still have higher than average FTDs. It's just lower than the last 3 days. Which you can see in our declining volume. Our volume today still sucks. Buyback 145 is unprofitable and resell if we run versus holding to expiration. Yeah, you could do that. No, a stock split's not going to cause the price to be so... The market cap doesn't change. There's just more shares. generally you're not assigned on CCs until expiration. And sometimes you're not assigned on them if they're barely in the money. It's usually you will, but you know, like if it's like a few cents, you probably won't be. I didn't say they were untested outside of images. And they're definitely not tested on a broad platform that's, you know, being accessed by millions and millions of people. There's also no developer support for NFT in existing games yet, so that needs to be added. It takes time, is all I'm saying, Gerald. People just assume the GMA marketplace is going to launch, and you know tomorrow they're going to be buying fucking skins and games as NFTs. It's not. It's not that quick. There's no economy in place yet. And if they're going to create the market for it, that market has to be built. It has to be built up. I think you're buying puts a week out if we hit 99. Probably sell them around Tuesday, as I don't see us staying at this price. No, I'm not going to buy puts into May OPEX. Centralized games have been selling skins for a long time. Yeah, and they get the fucking revenue from that. So why would they cut someone else in? So seeing your facts, I'm not interested in reality. I think independent developers will see it as a huge win, not only because they could turn to NFTs for, you know, as a marketplace for in-game items and stuff like that, but also because they could turn to it for funding. I've talked about that before. I mean, there's a lot of potential in it, but we don't know. You know, are we going to get a? Here's the question we're facing with the NFT marketplace, and people are going to like this, but are we getting a Zune or an iPod, and we don't fucking know. That's the fact of the matter. We assume we're going to get an iPod, but we don't know. You dare badmouth Zunes? But that's all that matters is the cult following, right? And if that cult following is going to grow and it becomes adopted, you know, not all cult followings are good. And Zune had a cult following. It just didn't help its success at all. Zune was Microsoft's answer to the iPod. I think the spy is about to retire for the day. Games, I mean, they haven't, like, a couple hundred million. They haven't really invested that much capital into it. My question is, why would big companies like Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo allow GameStop to capitalize when they have dev teams and industry ready to capitalize? They won't. They absolutely fucking will not, unless GameStop's platform is already so popular that they want to be a part of it. Like Steam. VXX looking like, I don't know, give me some pickle analysis. I'm simply in it to see if it squeezes diamond. If it doesn't, I don't care. It's not like it's a pure gamble. Also, it's a volatility fucking index, so there's no analysis. You look at CERN shift search. I don't think there is one. Why is it not coming up? Oh, there it is. Looks like somebody just bought a shitload of $90 calls. Sold a shitload of $90 calls. Interesting. Ooh, these look sold. Just OI bumping. But when's this from? I see your puts. That's curious. Jimmy, same like dead? Nope, still pushing. No, I'm talking about CERN. Bearish. Why would they sell those calls right now? Because they're sure it'll go below that? Maybe. Or they want to be assigned at that price because they think it's gonna drop further. Buying 390s for tomorrow, a good play. For what stock? CERN. We were talking about CERN. I sold some earlier to trick the market, and now I can sell the rest after the ups. Is this MOASS? No. Just a slow grind up. They're trying not to jump the bid. They need to tie its net asset value back into the futures contracts that it tracks. So they essentially have to reposition the ETN. But that's difficult to do, right? Because it's not delisted. So they can't just, fix it and then put it back on the exchange. If they delist it, it'll blow up the shorts. So, because it's an ETN. And then all the shares are owned, so it's hard for them to like claw back any of the currently owned value. Pretty sure JFresh was targeting like 110, 115. I still don't think we're there. The market bounce today is a little unexpected. And we have FTDs, but this doesn't look like a volumetric run up. Like there isn't any volume on this. As soon as they finish covering FTDs for today, I think it's gonna tank. Yeah, Fidelity bar rate at 6 today. It's Melvin winding down the fund. Yeah, not likely. ETF FTDs are net short. So that requires a buy, right? So you need a buy order to net it off. And then competing with that volume is active fund flow, or for that volume, who are also buying. So you get both, when this happens, you get both, CNS and active funds fighting to get shares. And so we outperform. This we've talked about this 150 times. And you can see by the way they're buying, like this low volume buying in order to facilitate steadying the bid. This is just covering of FTDs. Stock split beneficial or not? We'll see if it triggers a recall or not. It'll bring more investors in. 151 times now. Yeah. I expect to drop as soon as they're done covering. And then it's just up to the market. Whatever the market does into close, will probably follow suit. Because they don't want people to understand how their positions are managed. That's like the 5th time you've asked me that today, Bob, and I've answered you every time. Are you deaf? You keep missing it. I told you that someone in chat said they were shuttering it. I didn't say they were shuttering it. They might have to if they're not able to resync the net asset value with the futures they track, which may not be possible. But that's what they're trying to do currently. And as far as I can tell, I see no declaration that they say they're going to try to shutter any of those funds. Do they have a time limit on it? I mean, if the price of the fund goes up too much, they could be in serious trouble. Essentially getting squeezed out of their own ETN. Why Epam scared of 335? I don't know. Give it time. It's not a quick mover, but it's a mover. Here's the problem with that, J-Ken, is the major publishing houses, you know, when you buy a digital game, it's not your property. So there's a lot there's a lot to get through on that front. You are buying the right to access the game, but you're not buying a game. And developers and publishing houses have infinite copies of digital games, which gives me endless amusement when people pre-order digital games, but I'm not going to get into that. But you know, they already have infinite copies. Why would they allow someone else to sell their property at a lower price when they control the market? Yeah, ETNs go through rebalancing. Advanced downloading for the digital copy? I didn't know they did that. Microsoft already has a platform where they give out their games for like $9.99 a month. We'll wait and see. No need to guess. What are you talking about? No need to guess. We're fucking speculating. That's what you that's what you do here. If we close green today, it shows another higher high. Where does that put us on the Wyckoff pattern? In the middle of a tiny bounce. Like phase B. Wyckoff's never dead. It just shifts from one phase to the next. Distribution to accumulation to distribution to accumulation to distribution to accumulation. It goes on and on and on and on. No, I don't have any gray hairs yet. Yeah, they can prevent pirating, which could be attractive. How is it any different than Elliott Wave guy? It's not. I mean, Elliott Wave's largely based on Wyckoff's models. People screaming puts makes me think we're not done with ups yet. Yeah. How do you not have gray hairs? I don't know. Why would I have gray hair? I'm not that old. That's why Elliott Wave guy gets something right every once in a while. I mean, Elliott Waves weren't built to track. They're not really built to track individual stocks. They work on some individual stocks, but mostly they're used for indexes. Because indexes really don't have the same, like they don't move the same way as like Wyckoff, right? Like indexes kind of just go up. So you need something else to analyze an index. I need a snack. What was I going to snack on earlier? Oreos. I'll be right back. Some Oreos and some something. It's me. I'm back. I know my mic's muted. I feel like I get the. I'm 77 years old. Quick thoughts on Airbnb. I think the CEO is desperately attempting to find some value in the company. I think I'm stopped out of my puts, so that's cool. Yeah. Those are damn good puts. Anybody, I don't know if anybody did that one. No gaff, like a really old 77. I don't really buy anything expensive smooth. I replaced my espresso machine, but it pays for itself. Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty cheap. And someone was like, you know, sometimes I'm like out and I'm like, I should totally treat myself and buy this. And I'm like, nah, I could YOLO that money instead. Continued shipments of just for men hair dye. Keeping the grays away, old man. Thanks. Appreciate it, Captain Ron. Oh, I definitely enjoy a good mustard. Grab lunch sometime, no reason. That's like the only thing I'll spend big money on is like eating out. But that's more of like a time value relationship. There was a while where me and Popster and Trader just kept sending each other gifts of catapults. Those were good times. You spend big money on eating out? Cough. You want to grab dinner sometime? No reason? Sure. My wife went to New York. Say hi if you see her. Will do. Epam 331 DTEs, you won't be able to sell them unless they go in the money. Okay, are they in the money? What's it trading at right now? Yeah, pretty risky. Depp Amber Heard trial showing hashtag search metrics. Hashtag Amber Turd on the list. I love it. GameStop faces class action lawsuit for alleged breach of labor law. Is this a pre-excuse for when we dump? Sounds like a short hedge fund funding a lawsuit. Eating out Janice Griffith and Nobu gets expensive. I don't know what you're talking about. You're planning to buy puts on GME? If so, what's the best time to enter and how far dated? Next week? Couple weeks? Mods. What's up, hoo-ha? $1,000 likes by Power Hour? I don't know. Who cares? Frivolous lawsuits funded by short hedge funds are the ultimate play. Thanks, Blurger Cloud. Is it on the first page? It's because I'm eating Trader Joe's popcorn one kernel at a time. Slowly putting AMC out of business. They can't maintain their hedge. I'm still waiting. Seeking damages of 1.5 billion. Damn. Well played, Gabe. Well played. How high will we go? Oh no, this looks good. Is the market still pushing? Well, what do we have? 50 minutes? Holla back at you. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't ain't no code. Get the cash in advance cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY please cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
CNS done at 310. Why are people freaking out right now? Some retail apes don't know when to sell. I love that they give us credit for owning that much like that many shares. Just so you guys know, this is the daily. You may remember this from times like December. Or February. JFresh has us hyped up in Discord. You know he's a cat. He's the exact thing DFE warned you about. I don't think it's really that far outside of the range of expectations. And we're still not over gamma neutral. So why don't you think they will run OPEX in May? Borrow rate is up, double bottom. And borrow rate's not up that much. It's up 3% from its low. In March, we were up 27% from the low. I didn't see it, tan guy. How's Epam doing? More space for it to go up in the coming days? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, different broker. Like Fidelity is at 6%. Roland said it was gonna fucking run yesterday. Still stealing your stuff, or did he find a new source? I don't know. I mean, it just steals from whoever makes a prediction, right? I think the market's gonna break out. That could be good for us. I don't know if we'll drop to 70 next week. We've got some time. I think we'll likely see our lowest lows after the shareholder meeting. My band, I said some bullish stuff earlier. No, but I might not have seen it. Yeah, I mean, obviously that ignores outside catalysts, so we have no idea what GameStop's going to say at the shareholders meeting. I mean, they're essentially just different accounting practices. Uh, JCon. But a forward split splits shorts. Dividend split does not. Still holding those July VXX calls? Yeah. Who's paper handing the 2,000 shares at 100? I'd imagine somebody who bought 2,000 shares at 90. Fucking kind of question is that? RC at the shareholder meeting. Stay buckled. Mic drop. A dividend split is better for us. Are you going to write out Epam? Yeah. A little consolidation on the breakout. It still looks good. It's got quite a ways to go. Dividend splits received by everybody, whether you DRS'd or not. It doesn't matter. I want August options. Are they not open yet? They should be opening soon. Yeah. Oh wait, this is. Maybe they'll be open next Monday? Hey, 100. We did it. Only real shares get the dividend. Oh, I don't care about the DRSers. We're just above gamma neutral right now. I kind of want to buy some spy calls for tomorrow. This looks really good, right? Back up to 400? Maybe. Pre-hedging? Could be. Jefferson 105, 110? Yeah, I still don't think we're going to hit 105. The volume just isn't there. We just did. We just went back to 100. Pickle Brigade bot. Just dealing with the dividend split is the one thing that's got me really jacked, more so than every OPEX combined. I'm excited for it, but I don't know how it's going to pan out. There's FTDs due every day, but the volume of FTDs due tomorrow is much lower. Today's the last like high volume FTD day. They do have to dump some internalization though. They've been internalizing like crazy all week. Since last week, actually. We haven't seen like the dicks fall back below, and the moving average went up yesterday. Like the 30-day average bumped up. So I mean, they're really pushing the boundaries of internalization right now. They internalized for over a month in Feb and March. I know. Any non-fried sides you'd recommend to pair with fried fish? Maybe like a slaw with like a light vinaigrette. Some acid, something fresh, acidic, light. I have a Profitec Pro 600. Christine Grandin. Were you able to get calls on Epam? A few, yeah. Instructions unclear. Frying fish while tripping acid. I made like a pork butt a few weeks ago. Or shoulder? Pork shoulder. And had some I made some like mustard vinegar slaw. And what I did was I used a little bit of fresh ground coriander. Or not coriander, what are the little green ones? I can't remember the name of it now. They use them in Indian food for dessert. Fuck. Not capers. Not clove. No. Cardamom. A little bit of cardamom. Thank you. Couldn't think of the fucking name of it. Um. So, so yeah, a little bit of cardamom. Cardamom. Dijon mustard. White wine vinegar. Tiny bit of sugar. black pepper. Because I couldn't find white pepper. Yeah, with like cabbage. I was out of celery seed. I was going to use that too. White pepper would have, I feel like white pepper would have been more visually appealing in that dish. No cyanide. It's not racist, it's pepper that's white. Was this recipe a pickles pick? If I could remember all the ingredients. White pepper is my rap name. $40 spy call by tonight or tomorrow morning? I don't know. I might buy it tonight. I'm kind of curious if we're gonna break this fucking resistance. As much as I'd love to see it happen, it doesn't look great. But if the market rallies hard, we could. Like if we can get a nice volume push. Equal parts black salt. No problem, trash. $105cc safe. I don't know. The market looks awfully strong. Until 310. See these like block orders, like these OTC block orders? This could also just be them dumping some internalization. We'll know if we see the dicks drop today, that'll be very telling. But we won't know until after the market's closed. This hands down the strongest the stock market has looked in the past 2 hours. Bullish. Everyone's saying Gabe Covering's gonna be really upset if we're trading at $70 in a couple weeks. Docu testing 80 again. Eventually it'll break. Why would the dicks drop? Because if they're releasing internalized trades, then the amount of internalization or the utilization of dark pools will drop. Whenever they dump like the dicks, the price goes up. So dicks down, price up. That's the way we like to fuck. White Peppa doing his thing. Dicks down, price up. That's the way we like our VUP. Yeah, this isn't very VUP though. This is more just slow grind upward. I'd like it if it was a little more VUP, a little more volume, a little more violent. Do all the dicks get dumped eventually? I mean, you can't internalize forever. That's how you get sepsis. Any thoughts on HD near term? 290 is a very cheap price. This Dix is up for more than 4 hours. What kind of doctor do we call? If you want more VUP, push the button. That's not how it works. Dr. Dan. Dr. Michael Burry. Was Cenas the real PPT the whole time? Maybe. I think there's a video. You can read the Book of the Dans. There's 4 of them, I believe. It's a quadrilogy. Nice, Egan. Good job, dude. You have a whole engage button? You don't know that's not how it works? Wait, what? Do I? Where? No, I don't. I don't have an engage VUP button. I have a MOASS button, but I'm not hitting that shit at $100. Shareholder meeting's on the 2nd. The bolometer is not at 11. Where did that come from? You know, you really do assume that I see all the DMs. You replied to it? That's... Can't remember everything. Bolometer? No. Why do you want GME to go down? Fake squeeze incoming? It's starting to look like fucking May OPEX. He sold bad CCs. Why didn't you buy him back on the dip today when I told everyone it looks like we're going to move up to 95? Nobody ever listens to me. Why do I do this? I think everyone's getting their tits jacked right now over nothing. Yeah, but I mean, for GameStop, we're not that much past 95. We're over gamma neutral, which is compelling, unless gamma neutral moved up during the day since the OI was reported. So if gamma neutral is at like 102 now, then we just got rejected on it. Does it look like a nice peak to buy calls on? If JFresh is correct, will you change the channel name to JFresh Financial for one day? Probably not. There's some problems here with the run. First of all, no volume. Second of all, not enough call options to sustain it. Third, we still haven't crossed, probably still haven't crossed gamma neutral in a significant way. If we hit 105, can I be mod of the Discord for a night? No, because you'll ban everybody. Are you thinking a price drop when Cenas finishes in 9 minutes? I mean, that'll depend on the market. Like, if the SPY's still pushing up, which it looks like it is, unless there's a sell-off into close, but there might not be. Today was pretty bullish after that bounce at 385 on the S&P. So, was it like 385.60, I think, was the S&P low for today? You're thinking in terms of options, not a short squeeze. I mean, this definitely isn't a fucking short squeeze. Have you considered that they may run it in the May OPEX to avoid a shareholder meeting surprise? Yeah, that's why I'm buying some calls for next week. It's not a box. The possibility is considered and then dismissed. Today's my birthday. Can we stand in a circle and talk about our upticks? Happy birthday, Alan One. Happy upticks. We bounced off the intraday high twice in the last few minutes. I mean, it looks good, right? I should really buy those 400 calls. 395? 395 safer, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go with 395. I mean, they'll try. I think it's funny they bought those in the money puts earlier and got blown up. But don't think they won't push the price back down to retrieve them. Cap broke 207.50. Ooh. 210s? You have a good Friday. Zero DTE day. I love this new market. I know. I hated it yesterday, but today. What date? I'll probably buy like some Junes or something. I'm only gonna hold them for like 3 days, right? So far enough out that I don't pay for too much theta. Buying weeklies for potential May OPEX chasing? A little bit. What a great day to get everyone to YOLO into calls when they slam it tomorrow. I didn't buy any 0 DTE cat calls. I just bought June's. SPY, a week of so, or just playing tomorrow. It's fun. But the consensus was that we'd trend down. I didn't expect to trend down. I just expected to stay kind of flat in the like 92, like this range. I think it's 93 is the resistance. Like here, 93.60 to 88. But nope. Also didn't expect the market to kind of rally today either. SPY's now green on the day. Making some moves. I think it might, I honestly think it might hit 400 tomorrow. That'd be fucking crazy. There's no way, right? Close the CNS. The market went up. We had FTDs today. If the market goes up and we have large numbers of FTDs, we can move up. We will outperform. An inverse Gherk strategy. So your play on GME today would have been to close $100 covered call or open $100 covered calls at $95. Smart. I think that would have worked out well for you. Epam 341 DTE. Let's fucking go. They have an investor conference tomorrow plus market upside equals infinite gains. Interesting. Do you think it'll drop early June? Probably. Dirk has been saying FTD's 11th through the 19th since 2 weeks ago. I think it was longer than that. But I got tired of answering the question, so I made a chart 2 weeks ago. Which didn't stop the questions. Yeah, this isn't like OPEX volume. It kind of makes me wonder if there's a little bit of a feedback loop, though, in the FTDs between the ETFs and the market maker. How do blind people play options? I don't know, Braille? Some sort of haptic feedback device. I have no fucking clue, man. The fuck is VUP? Violent upside potential. Early morning. Ding ding. Cenas is dead.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scene-is.
I don't think that's a lesson that we got from today. I think the lesson that we got from today is if we have FTDs and the market goes up, GameStop goes up, which is a lesson we learned a long time ago. CNS will never die. It merely sleeps for a few hours. Well, yeah, but I mean, till it comes back. Tell the people to smash the like and advertise yourself. Nah. How when would a share recall be announced? It's not announced. No one knows. It's completely upon the lender and between them and the short seller. No one's going to tell you about it. The only way you'll know is if the price rockets up. Which, provided that the ex dividend date is during June OPEX, you'll have no idea. I don't know if there's tools for blind people to independently trade. If we look at the last cycle, we went from the 80s to the 130s before being slammed back to 78. Could we be looking at a similar run and slam now? Yeah, except I think the peak of the run might have been last week at 108. So similar, but lower. I have no idea, Amy Lewis. I can't remember any of the characters' names. It's almost like the exact thing Greg says, right? Guess it's not JFresh Financial. It was a nice little bump, though. Spy sell it off too. It's because everything's just run on FTDs. Superman. There's no. All the real shares got bought 50 years ago. We've just been trading synthetics ever since. You don't know how true that statement likely is. Moonwind, how do you do this with CCs? I was ready to buy back my 100s. I felt alive for the first time in a while. Well, first you start by panic DMing me what do. And then you capitulate and roll forward your calls. Did you see the video on SS of Griffin blaming retail for ruining teachers' pension plans? Bunch of bastards. Also sold covered calls at the peak. Thank you, Cenas. What's up, Jay Fresh? Cenas is the best. I love how everyone in chat's like trying to set up a competition between me and Jay Fresh. Like we're not hanging out in a hot tub later together, laughing at all the covered calls we sold you fucking guys. Don't forget to check out our individual Craigslist posts. Just type GME covered calls. It's under the personal section. If you're looking in for sale, you're not going to find them. Who just bought a 110cc for May 27th? Thank you. What if you get mugged and they take all your CCs? Doesn't matter. Shares are rehypothecated anyway. We'll just print more. Holding $50 in the money CCs through the March run killed any anxiety I had about GME covered calls. I'm a nihilist now. I told you you'd be okay on those. These clips are going to be legendary if we run 50% tomorrow. I don't care if we run 15% tomorrow. I bought back my covered calls earlier today. I'm buying calls tomorrow, so good. I hope we run 50%. Oh no, I'll make money. How terrible. Who is this guy? Super serial question via super chat. Rather than Moonwind Panic DM, VXX Weeklies 2550. Think I could get a power hour run tomorrow to push above 26. No, I just told you the market's recovering, and you're asking me if the VXX is going to go up. Probably not. It's not totally linked to its futures contracts, but it's still influenced by the VIX. Thank you. Today, I waited for the breakthrough of 95, and only then did I buy calls. Sold 75% for real profit, first time, and holding 25% for free just in case. Nice, dude. Congratulations, Gene Crisper. Good job, man. No power hour song. It's 320. We got the Cena song today. I appreciate you not inviting me to the much too close victory lap ball soup celebration. Gaff, we wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for you. It didn't go down when Cenas ended. Ooh. I mean, it didn't keep going up either, though, which is kind of an issue. I don't panic DM anymore. That was younger, naiver me. Once upon a time. That was so long ago. This was before you were a homeowner. Is it easier to make money as a bear? Actually, no. But the profits are greater. Yeah, now it's going down. It wasn't that it wasn't going down. It's just that nobody was trading it. It's okay, guys. Everyone can relax now. We're going to go all the way back below 95? Probably. Of course, spy. I'm glad I didn't buy too many calls. Is it dead? Yeah, almost. Goddamn 1DTs are getting burned up. I sold earlier this week. The 90 cc's I sold earlier this week are deep in the money for the buyer. For real. How likely am I to be assigned early, even though they expire next Friday? Pretty unlikely, walk-in. Especially if they expire next Friday. And they're not deep in the money. They're fucking they're like $8 in the money. And we could come down a lot. I kept saying that all the way up. People were like, this is going to go forever. We're going to 110. Woo. And I was like, no, it's bullshit. Fake out. Ah. Good time to sell covered calls. I entered a delta neutral straddle, and is it bad that I'd rather watch people lose money and be right? Huh. No. It's better to be right. It's always the most important thing. I told you not to listen to him. He's a cat. He's a self-declared cat. This is because of the lawsuit, not Cenas. That's why it started at exactly 310. Even though the news article came out way before that. They just don't want people to know that Cenas is a thing, so they make up bullshit. I can see the news articles now. GameStop embroiled in multiple legal battles. Fuck yeah, cucumbers came first. Guys, if you could, and you suffered any losses due to JFresh's bullish predictions, feel free to DM him so he can laugh at you. Knock knock. Is the keg empty yet? Almost. What's up, rug pullopotamus? Right on time. Thanks for showing up and helping kill the hopium. Up 25% on the cover call. Here's your cut of that too. Thanks, Jeff Ratch. Is it sinus? Sinus or sinus? It's spelled sinus. Vogavana White. Oh, they're done covering FTDs for the day. So they can tank the price. Is Rug Hippopotamus a casino cooler? Yeah, usually they don't get exercised early unless the MM needs the shares. If the MM needs the shares and you get unlucky, you're fucked, right? Anytime you have a call that's in the money, it can be exercised. That's one of the risks you have when selling spreads that are accredited with like in the money puts, is they can get exercised, while you're still in the position. IBKR borrow rate, is the borrow rate at 10.25 indicative of anything? We'll see where it ends the day at. It is indicative that they're borrowing shares. Don't forget that, this is the point in the cycle which they start borrowing shares the most, right? Because this is the point at which they need to short. They need to start driving the price down. They need to drive the volatility down, which is why we see slow, low volume covering. To suppress IV. So they don't want IV climbing up, right? So now they can clear out the last of their obligations and they can begin to bring the stock down. And then their goal is to crush IV and get the price as low as possible before they begin covering. So when they begin covering, they want the IV and the price as low as possible. Otherwise, we'd see covering more akin to last Thursday and Friday, right? Where it's really hard for retail to profit off of because it happens rapidly. Like quick run and then a rug pull. Does that make sense? So like Thursday, Friday, we know they have large volume obligations, right? And so they try to unwind that fast so that retail doesn't have time to FOMO in. Because if they start unwinding slow like this, retail is going to start buying calls, right? And then what that's going to do is it's going to move that gamma neutral and that delta neutral and that gamma max up, right? Which means that there will be more support for that higher price at higher levels as the price climbs up. So in order to not have FOMO occur, you run it really, really fast, right? Because by the time people are like trying to pile in, the stock's already dropping. Straight out of the BlackRock handbook. Yeah, a little bit. I don't care about the GameStop marketplace tomorrow posts on Reddit. If they release it tonight, cool. If they don't, I don't give a shit. You should start a hedge fund. Eh. No, dude, this is DRS working. Okay. Jimmy CSP safe for next week at 0.2. Current 0.2? I have some that expire tomorrow down at 80. And 0.2 put side. $84? Probably. You know what? No. Because, well, they have 2 days to drop. It really depends how Monday and Tuesday go. If Monday and Tuesday kind of stay flat, then they're probably not too unsafe. But if they bleed down Monday, Tuesday, then that's a real problem, like past Wednesday. Like we could see 80 again by Wednesday. It doesn't take that long to drop the price. So I don't know if I'd sell them there. Well, maybe. No, I probably wouldn't. I mean, I've made more money than Gabe Plotkin this year. I know about the borrow rate. Here's what you guys forget from the last run. Fucking shit. As the borrow rate started climbing back here, and it climbed all the way into the peak of March. Are you holding your SPY calls overnight? I'm not sure that I haven't been stopped out of them already. I probably have. I bought them with a stop set, so yeah, they're closed. They closed at 316. Where's the price? What the fuck does this keep doing this? Is anybody else not getting price updates in IBKR when they sell contracts? They need to update this or something? What were we trading at 316? Yeah. I definitely lost a little bit of premium there, but it's not too bad. They were 1 DTEs anyway. Just go read his comments about RRP. Do you think I should take profits, Gaff? What if it's super bullish? I probably should. It is risky to carry my Epam calls. I'm going to hold my shares, though. I didn't make the button. Buy back in tomorrow? Yeah, why not? Weird flavor. Basically, RRP means nothing. There's very little to do with, like, us and the stock. Ooh. Let off a little more internalization into close. I don't know. We'll see how much utilization drops tonight. This will be a lower high. The fuck is that noise? Hmm. Utilization at 100%. Who gives a shit? That's just fucking Ortex data. If I sold a CC and my shares get called away that are in the $200 range, and I buy back, is that a wash sale? Yeah. What did you say about letting internalization out into our close? Probably not a good thing to do at work. No, it just means they're clean, Popser and Trader. You need an obscene amount of capital to start a hedge fund. You become a millionaire trading with 100 grand? Yeah. Hmm. Big VXX bets. I don't think we're going to the 80s tomorrow, Ryan. I wonder if they blow off a bunch of that internalization in after hours today. I know we can get an obscene amount of capital. Okay, hear me out. We're gonna steal the Declaration of Independence. Shit. Are we starting a heist thing? Hold on. When do we start assembling the team? Is Gaff on it? What do you mean, Gaff? This is one of the water towers around the city that they inspect every 4 years. One stopped out while taking a shit. Congratulations. If you're not shitting with your brokerage account open on your cell phone, though, you're not a real trader. So you're the bear case? The bear way is the only way? So in the heist movie, you're just that guy who's like, this'll never work. It's impossible. But maybe. Insert scared DM asking about end of week GME price. I have no idea. Probably lower than this. Sometimes I buy in with trailings set. Usually on the market. Like when I buy SPY options, I almost always buy in with an auto stop set. Are you excited for the Bob's Burgers film? Eh. Is the series like over? So Gaff is the loud New Jerseyan distraction outside to lure out the guards. J-Fresh is a cunning cat who can slip through the vents. Can't be trusted because, well, he's a cat. We'll be in the getaway car. Okay, here's the problem, turd. J-Fresh is gonna keep it and fuck all of us over. FUD unwatched. So we have lower FTDs today, but it'll still largely depend on what the market does. If the market starts dropping, like we'll have a better idea in the morning. I also need to see how much internalization or utilization has fallen off today on our boy. So intraday shit, you gotta at least give me the night before. Especially going into a Friday. I'm the guy from Ocean's 12 that looked at the convoluted nonsense about the train and the holographic egg and the real Julia Roberts, and then said, what if we just take it when it's being transported to the first location and then fake the actual heist and get caught to throw people off the real one? I see. He's the look, it can't happen, it just can't. The only way you'd even have a chance is if you had a blank and you get one of those in this country and you need blank and he's in jail. Sounds like we're going to the jail. Old switcheroo. Turns out J-Fresh is only holding a bag of receipts for the borrow rate. This is gonna be the best fucking heist movie ever. When do we start filming? I don't think you got timed out, Stefan. I was tempted to sell Docu at 80 today. Why didn't you? Do you think it looks better now? Better change that and time him out. Blah, 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 blah. Can anyone read this? Is Stefan okay? I see your words and I raise you sentences, sentences, sentences. This is by far the worst financial stream. So get him his ADHD meds. I've always wondered why bank robbers don't get together and rob 4 banks in different parts of the town 10 minutes apart to split police presence. Well, because then you have to get 4 guys to agree that one of them's going to jail. At least. Minimum. You're the guy who sells your own team the tools through a middleman. Do you have a daily, weekly percent portfolio gains that you shoot for or realistically expect? On a $25,000 account, you should be shooting between 5 and 10% a week. That should be your goal. You're not going to hit it every time, but best cooking heist stream on YouTube, though. That's on Saber? Yeah, I think I'm pretty fucked. Tater tots topped with pulled pork cheese, barbecue sauce, and pickles. Ew. No, I can't do it, C-Mill. Even though you reminded me to buy pets, I can't eat that. I'm new here, but here you made the comment earlier on the likelihood of a Jimmy squeeze. You basically said maybe. Is there a reason you aren't convinced it'll happen, or are you just being cautious? Oh, frankly, I don't care if it happens. It'd be cool if it does. I have a lot of shares, and if they squeezed, I'd be very, very rich. If it doesn't, I'm going to continue making money on the volatility of the stock. The odds of it happening are very slim. And in February, they changed the rules to make it even more unlikely. So a lot of things need to happen first before a squeeze can really kick off. And until I see those things start happening, I'm kind of convinced they're not, right? Because they're not happening. If they begin to happen, we'll have a different conversation. But yes, right now the probability is low, but the possibility is there. Can I be the getaway driver? But the twist is, I don't know how to drive stick shift in the getaway car, and we find out too late. Fuck. Wouldn't we find out on the way to the heist? Like, how do we find out too late? We'd find out right away, before the heist even occurred. Unless we're arriving to the heist in a different way and you're simply the getaway driver. Like we have an arrival, like a pre-heist and a post-heist driver, and they're separate. I like the stream, even though Gurk hates me. I probably don't hate you. I hate very few people. I might not like you, or I may be indifferent towards you. Is there a chick in those movies who wears a catsuit and roundhouse kicks anyone who gets in the way? You got a catsuit, Jen Jen? And can you roundhouse kick? I don't hate you, Smooth. You just say dumb shit sometimes. You know what it is, Smooth? I expect better from you. Even when you're high. You've been in here long enough. I was hoping some of it would have rubbed off. But you still come in here and like today you're like, people who don't DRS aren't going to get their share dividend. What the fuck are you talking about? What happened in Fed that makes squeezes less likely? They changed the requirements for hedging of volatility swaps during high volatility events, making it easier to facilitate a proper hedge. So it reduces the likelihood of a Volgavana squeeze, which is necessary for GameStop to short squeeze. Because you have to squeeze out the volatility swaps, or they'll just hedge the price back down into their range. How much LRC do you hold? I don't know. I bought like a bunch. I bought a bunch of it when it was cheap. I haven't really looked at it since. Everyone keeps asking me about it. I just don't care. I don't hate Adabit. I just... I have issues with the misinformation presented and the... like... that push into that conspiratorial mindset. I think it was one of the most unhealthy things that ever happened to this community. And largely his fault. Ding ding. The day is done. Sorry, I don't know why I was watching Docu into the end of the day. But GameStop did a little bump. So what do we got? We got, we had the little run this morning, and that was in the expected range. Then we started to see some market pressure throughout the midday, and I think that put enough pressure on the CNS that they actually had to get some buy volume plugged in. Today's volume actually a little bit higher, but I don't really know how to weigh in on this in a way that you guys will understand. But essentially, I think that we're seeing a little like a little bit of a cyclical effect on the FTDs here from last Thursday and Friday. Like a feedback loop. So there was so much volume and so much covering last Thursday, Friday, that we actually see a little bit of extra volume today. Does that make sense in a way for you guys? So we had our regular FTDs, but I think we had a little bit of market maker. Okay. I think we had a little bit of extra like market maker volume today from the first day of the FTD covering. So kind of like a tiny feedback loop, and that's why we see volume a little higher today than we had. Like, can I zoom in here real big? So if you look at our volume trend, you know, this was last Thursday. We had that big volume day, and then it falls off, right? And then we see a little kickback here on these 2 days, and it comes up a tiny bit. I think this will largely be done now, and we didn't cross 100 or stay above 100 into close, and so that means those 100 calls still aren't in the money. So that positive hedge that would affect for next week for May OPEX is still not there, and I assume that we're probably going to see some more downside tomorrow. I need to look. I'll have to check it out at the end of the day and see, you know, what our, you know, dark pool utilization looks like. I'll check out our call skew and try to kind of determine some directionality from there. But right now, it kind of looks like more flat at best, maybe a little bit down. Remember, you know, they're still not at a positive hedge because we haven't really crossed up into where the calls are. And so the market maker is really not working on our side at this point. And the market maker at this price is almost at neutral, right? Or actually at neutral. So the market maker is perfectly happy with the price staying exactly where it is right now. Anyway, so I think that's a little bit of what we saw today. I mean, we had some pretty crazy moves on the SPY. Everything ran up through the midday and then died off by the end of the day. So weird, but also probably largely positioning. You know, we have the VIX expiration this week, we have SLD this week, and we have the monthly OPEX this week. And the OPEX outside of GameStop, like across the indexes, is loaded up this week. So it's really possible that we're just seeing a lot of repositioning going on, and everything's going to kind of go back to normal as we move into next week. That's none of those words were crime. All right, let's take a look at our longer term. So here we are, and you know, based on this, it really looks like we've triple topped. I could see us moving back down to 93 tomorrow even, unless we break higher, and that high would be like 108. I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're really gonna see a lot more upside. Could this break out? Maybe, but it doesn't really follow our trends for OPEX. Like even in November, I think our trend was, you know, like we did this and then we still fell off right before November OPEX. They always cover from the lowest period. You know, and in March all the way down there. If we go back, sorry, if we go back to June, or well, this is August, but August actually the lowest part was right before the FTDs, but then it, you know, slumped down again. And remember that these are Renko candles, so they ignore time and they compress volume. So these are a little better for like long-term price analysis. Same thing though out here in June. Last May OPEX, you know, we rallied a little bit for those FTDs, and ultimately they dropped us down. They do it every time. This is really common throughout every one of the cycles. So, you know, little rally, drop into the run, little rally, drop into the run. And this one, you know, ran twice because we had the November 3rd and November 22nd, because remember they covered the ETF, more ETF FTDs, because the BBBY buyback. Here's March, same deal, you know, dropped us down hard before running it. And this looks the same. Like we're gonna have this little rally, they're gonna slam the price, and then we'll run in June. And so, you know, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not saying they couldn't run it a little harder. or maybe clear some of these obligations, given that they still are carrying that fat borrow rate, right? You know, they're still sitting on 8%. Foundation, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. They're still sitting on that fat like 8% borrow rate. And that's tricky because the growth of this borrow rate is exponential, right? And so, you know, last time in January, we're sitting on 0.75, right? And we start to see it tick up. And we're like, okay, we're waiting for 10%. That's like our target range. And we see it. We see it hit, you know, 27% up here in March. But now we're starting at 5%, right? 5.25, which is 700% higher. Which means that, you know, the growth of that borrow rate is going to be significantly higher than the growth of the borrow rate on the first run. So they're kind of compounding that risk and that position by not having cleared out their shorts. And I think that's going to matter a lot going into this run, and it's particularly spicy with the prospect of a share recall. I'm going to clip all of this, don't worry. And that's about it. What date is June OPEC's last date? June 17, 22, Carl. Plus any feedback, right? So really, like, and if you look at March too, these feedback loops aren't that uncommon, I don't think. And if we look at March, you know, we see the OPEX covering occur, and then we see like feedback from that covering, as you know, the FTDs generated by the initial covering are continue to be offset. And so, you know, we ended up running all the way out until like March 31st. Like 331. And then, you know, this was that after hours covering from the announcement. License to bill. Thank you so much, man. So, you know, we're really looking for this run, right? And then everything after that is kind of just feedback because of the initial volatility. And then, you know, that drives FOMO, and then people pile in. So we have like a tiny recovery, and then we keep running. No, Renko blocks are not optimal for drawing support resistance lines. Do not use them. They will be wildly inaccurate. Really far off because of the way they compress price and volume to fill a block. Sounds like you made that up. I didn't. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
right.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.